take it away.
All right, hello SGDQ. I am Puwexil, joined by my friends Gyre and Dowolf on the couch back there. And as of about an hour and a half ago, it's my birthday. And I am really looking forward to kicking it off by getting to share a run of one of the best and most underrated turn-based RPGs on the Super Nintendo, Lufia 2, Rise of the Sinistrals. So it's a long, cozy run, so let's get right into it. So let us have Maxim's name.
Alrighty, let me go over here for Maxim's name. It is Lufia.
Lufia, okay.
Yes. Number 2 was Mario, and number 3 was Greg. So we had some good, interesting names here.
Right.
I like number 6. It was Mom.
Well, that means we'll have Lufia in the game then. So
Yeah, we will.
It is
Yeah.
Lufia.
Look at Lufia in the game. We had Gadies when we did this at RPG Loot Break
Yes.
a little bit ago. And so
It's the canon, I guess. All right, well, I guess let's get the run started. So 3, 2, 1, go! All right, so this is Lufia 2, Rise of the Sinistrals, the second game in Neversoft's Lufia RPG series. This game is actually a prequel to the first Lufia game, Lufia and the Fortress of Doom, which takes place about 100 years before the events of the first game. But this works very, very well as a standalone experience too. You're not expected to know anything really from the first game. So right off the bat, we get introduced to our hero Maxim, also known as Lufia. I'll just call him Maxim for simplicity. And who's basically a monster hunter, and then his childhood friend Tia, who runs a weapon shop. And after buying some combat items called boomerangs, we are heading on our way. So one of the things about this game that really makes it kind of stand out in unique ways among the 16-bit RPG library is that it has a lot of inspirations from the Legend of Zelda series, as far as just kind of a really heavy focus on exploration and puzzle solving. So before we really get going with the story and the game proper, we do have a few minutes of tutorials that we need to do to introduce us to a lot of the puzzle mechanics and just other general game mechanics too. So we just had our first battle with a jelly right there, and now we're finding out about the tool ring, basically, where we have a series of tools we can use to both solve puzzles and stun enemies. I was actually trying to avoid this fight right here, but since I got into it, I just went ahead and took it for a little bit of extra experience. So the first tool we start with is the arrow, which in addition to being able to stun enemies, lets us also flip switches and do kind of interact with other puzzle elements like that. So we flip that switch. And then in this room, we get introduced to a very, very important mechanic, which is the reset spell. Reset, it's called a spell, but it's kind of really more of another tool. And it's a very helpful tool because it prevents you from just getting stuck in puzzle areas. Because when you use the reset spell, it'll just respawn you at the entrance to the room, reset any puzzle elements in the room, and then also respawn any monsters. We just have some platforms that we can jump off of via those arrows here. And then this room introduces us to what I like to call combat rooms, which is just where we have to defeat all of the enemies in the room. And then it's a good opportunity, too, to start talking about just how fighting enemies works in this game, too. That in dungeons in this game, there aren't random encounters like a lot of other turn-based RPGs. Enemies are all represented by sprites on the overworld, kind of like games like Chrono Trigger or Super Mario RPG, but in this game, the enemies actually only move when you do. It's something pretty unique about this game. And then the enemies have pretty diverse AI. Like some of them are aggressive and will try to hunt you down. Others run away from you, and then some others just kind of move in set patterns tied to your movement as well.
one other kind of unique thing about the enemies in this game is that the game actually remembers the state that the battle is in. So if you are halfway through a battle and you run away, those enemies will stay dead if you encounter that same formation again. That's sometimes used, but we won't see that too much in the speedrun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then could also maybe quick talk about the rule set for the category I'm going to be running tonight too, which is any %, no major glitches, no manipulation. No major glitches just means that there's 2 very specific glitches that are banned that can both be used to skip pretty significant portions of the game. And both of those are actually donation incentives to show off after the run, or at least hopefully. So those are both banned, and we'll talk about them later when we do the incentives if they get met. And then no manipulation basically means that I'm not able to script battle outcomes, because the random number generator that controls how fights play out in this game is actually fairly easy to manipulate if you kind of know what starting point the random number generator seed is in. So I basically, before starting the run, I just kind of scrambled my starting seed, which is based on it's in the end based on other save files that you have on your cartridge. And yeah, so then with that, now we find out that our feet are very, very firmly planted in the world of an old school video game. We've got a problem, and that problem is that there's a door that's locked. There's a tunnel that leads to the nearby town of Sundleton, and then a monster stole the key to that door and locked it. And since like lockpicks, battering rams, just other means of opening doors without the key don't exist in this world, we have to go hunt down that monster to retrieve the key. So here sometimes I have to stun that moth if it gets in my way. And then these mushrooms they move relative to how I am, so those I can just kind of bait to get out of my way. And this is the first of many times in the run that I'm going to be casting the reset spell to cut out some backtracking, just to skip having to walk back across that room.
Yeah, one of the big things to learn about Lufia too is how each of the enemies moves, and we'll talk about those when they are particularly notable, but just kind of visually pay attention to what you're seeing on the screen as puwexil is moving around, and you'll see enemies that will be homing in, you'll see enemies that just kind of go in circles, enemies that kind of spin around and chase after you. Each one has kind of its own unique AI, and based on the sprite that you see, you'll be able to kind of predict how it is as the game goes on.
All right, so wrapping up the dungeon and about to fight our first boss. This is where those boomerangs I picked up and at the start really come in handy, just because boomerangs just do a lot better damage than I can do with my regular attacks. Generally about like 47 to 52 or so at this point, and Lizard Man has 80 hit points, so it's just a guaranteed 2-round fight. And we've now retrieved the key, and we're about to get introduced to a pretty major NPC in the game, who's a mysterious fortune teller named Iris that kind of tells us that we have a destiny to go on a journey to fight evil, basically. That there's a ball of red light that was recently seen flying across the sky that's kind of an ill omen of bad things to come. And I guess while that's going on, I guess, Fu, why don't you kick it off with a couple donations or other words?
Absolutely. Okay, based on some of these donations I'm seeing, is there a happy birthday in order? Yes. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, first of all, happy birthday. There's plenty of donations like that coming in for you. Second of all, oh my goodness, we have just flown up to 77% of the way for the solve the world's most difficult puzzle. Last time I checked, it was 34, so things are happening. And we have a $500 anonymous donation, which is amazing. Coming in from Anonymous, I think I just said that, who says, I've been watching GDQ for over a decade now. Puwexil, along with Essentia and Brosentia, was one of the first runners I ever watched. I would be remiss if I didn't show support for the run of one of my favorite childhood RPGs. Sadly, I can't stay up to watch the run, but I can't wait to see the VOD later.
Oh, thank you. All right, so then, by the way, too, we're a couple minutes away from needing to cut off Fumi's name, too. Let's say we'll cut that off when Tia joins the party, which is maybe like 5 minutes or so away. So get those donations in if you want to name Fumi the capsule monster. So there I'm kind of just using knowledge of where the enemies spawn in each room, because when I'm using the arrow, I can actually stun them from off screen, and I believe it's 8 steps that I get until they break out of it. So that plays really just stunning enemies, then knowing how many steps I have to get around them plays really heavily into avoiding unwanted fights, which is almost all of them, really, outside of bosses and a couple other specific situations. Like I had to beat those 3 enemies and then remember what order I fought them in and then shoot arrows at those other enemy sprites there in order to open the door. This is actually a optional detour, but this gives me a weapon upgrade for Maxim called the Insect Crush, which bit of better attack power, but it also does double damage against insects, which a lot of the enemies in this cave are.
You'll notice that there's a significant damage bonus for having the correct element for the monster type. Like when he was throwing boomerangs at flying enemies, it was causing the damage to the boomerangs to be doubled. The Insect Crush will be useful against insects, and there's many, many other elements that will pick up throughout the game. Typically for bosses, it's extremely vital to have whatever the specific element you need for that boss to do optimal damage.
So there, even though I walked right past the frog, it was moving kind of crisscrossed me, so I was able to just get past without a fight that way. Okay. I'm always a little nervous when I see double spiders because spiders can poison you.
Poison is really, really minor in this game, but at the very beginning, it's actually going to be somewhat noticeable for the poison tick. Plus, every time poison ticks down, it tells you got poisoned.
Yeah. Yeah, poison's a lot more. It's more about the time, just the time for the messages. But yeah, like Gyre said, this early in the game, the damage I take could matter a little bit. But I did get an antidote drop from the spider too, so if I were to get poisoned, I could cure it. And then, while I'm doing the fights here, which is I both need to get the experience and money from these fights in order to prepare for the next boss. But then I'm also going for this chest in the back that gives me a nice item called the Speedy Ring, which boosts Maxim's agility stat a bit and helps guarantee that he's able to outspeed the big catfish, the next boss. And the way the money works out too, I actually can't afford enough boomerangs for every single fight where having boomerangs would be effective. So I look for one fight with a single eagle, and I just fight with my sword there, and I got one. So I can now just use boomerangs in the rest of the fights that they save time. Then Miracle is this game's equivalent of an elixir. It's full HP and MP healing and also revives the dead. But in the very early stages of the run, I'm actually only picking those up to sell, just because they sell for 1,000 gold, and money is extremely tight at this point.
Each of these puzzles, you might see a little plaque on the wall that is indicating what the kind of hints about the puzzle are. Sometimes it's a little bit vague about how you're supposed to solve it, but this early on, it's giving you the, hey, here's the solution, draw out this picture with these blocks.
Yeah. And then we just saw another recurring element in the game, too, that's another kind of way that it wears its Zelda inspiration on its sleeve, and that's dungeon keys, because pretty much each dungeon in the game has a key that you need to find to in order to complete the dungeon, kind of like big keys in the Zelda franchise. So I had a very important safety save there, just because Big Catfish, the next boss, is actually it's the easiest boss to die to in the run, because I have to fight it solo, and I'm a little underleveled and under-equipped for what I'm expected to be.
Yeah, catfish been causing earthquakes. An old man in town can't sleep, so we have to fix it.
Yep, easy. This is where we really get to jam out to this game's really, really good boss theme, too. I love it so much. All right, so then the catfish has 200 hit points, and the boomerangs generally do 57 or 47 to it's either 52 or 53 for the cap. And so it's if I get really good rolls, it's 4 boomerangs, but sometimes I need to do a regular attack to finish it off. Like my damage rolls haven't been particularly good yet, but my luck with what the catfish has been doing has, because it's doing its weakest attack on me.
If you need to be sold on playing Lufia 2, the bosses are going to be what does it. The bosses are just amazing. Each of these bosses throughout here could be like final bosses in a lot of other JRPGs. You get the awesome soundtrack, and the battles are really, really complex for figuring out how to deal with each of these situations.
All right, we're past the catfish. Like we did, it was really, really kind to me, because we didn't see its nastier attacks, which are causing earthquakes, which do a bit more damage than the punching was doing. But the absolute worst thing it can do is flash, which is a lightning spell that does about 40 damage, and I only had 57 hit points going in. So I just kind of accept the risk of death that I might have to load my save if I get struck by lightning. But all right, so after like the plot beat here was that there's earthquakes that are affecting the town, and we went to investigate and found that a catfish of all things was causing them. And then once we've dealt with the catfish, we're intended to go back to Sundleton, where we find out that our friend Tia followed us here and went into the cave. But you don't actually have to do that to progress the story. So as soon as we've defeated the catfish, we can just head into this part of the cave and deal with these two forced fights, and then have Tia join up, who's going to be our first mage type character. And again, when Tia joins, that'll be our cutoff for naming our capsule monster companion.
You have time for a quick donation?
Yeah, go ahead.
Great, because I figured out why we jumped up so much. It's because we got a $2,500 donation from Anonymous.
Thank
my
you.
goodness. That's incredible. They say, love SGDQ, love Lufia too. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was super generous. Thank you so much.
So, and something you've been noticing me do too is whenever I'm on the overworld, I'm periodically opening the menu, and that's we'll talk a little more about that because we need to name our capsule monster. But that's to avoid random encounters, because on the overworld it is actually random where I get into fights, and opening the menu is a way to avoid that.
All right, here's the big quest to get Fumi, and now it's done.
Yep, we've now proved our worth to Fumi. So one of numerous ways that this game was really ahead of its time, in my opinion, is that it has a kind of a Pokemon-style monster training system called Capsule Monsters, even though this game actually came out 2 years before the first Pokemon game, Pokemon Red and Blue. So with that, what are we going to name our capsule monster?
It looks like the winner is J. Hale. Capital J, capital H, I cannot speak. Capital J, capital H-A-L-E. Lowercase a-l-e.
All right.
Perfect.
Yeah, and then it's worth noting too that a normal speed run that's not a marathon run,
Well, now we're getting the tutorial explaining how we get to level up the capsule monster.
So I hope you can read fast if you want to get the understand that. But a normal speed run that's not a marathon run wouldn't actually be getting a capsule monster at all. That's something I'm doing for a little bit of safety on a couple of fights, and also just for fun too, since the capsule monsters are 100% AI controlled, and they can do some funny things sometimes.
Mostly Fumi here is going to soak up some damage in case a single target ability goes after Fumi. That's just a little bit less damage that we would have otherwise on the party. If you leveled up your capsule monster, it takes a while to either get combat experience or to feed them items, and then the ultimate evolution for the capsule monsters generally requires a specific magic fruit, and for speedruns, it's be way out of the way to do any of that, and you don't get that much back from the capsule monster.
All right, so we head on to the next town of Alunz, pop into the town quick to restock on boomerangs, get some escapes, which lets us warp out of dungeons, and then buy a better shield for Tia called the Binny Shield. Yeah, and then now the story here is that there's a coronation going on, and we get introduced to this game's comic relief villains, kind of like Ultros or Gilgamesh from the Final Fantasy series, named Bart and Birdie. This music should tell you everything you need to know about how serious these characters are, along with just how just silly this cutscene is, with not really knowing how to set off bombs properly, and these guards not really doing anything about it either, too, just leaving the crown right there.
I mean, if this happened in front of me, I'd just be very confused too.
And so they're going to steal the crown and head into the castle basement. And I guess while we're getting that started, we could probably squeeze in another donation or two.
Absolutely. Also, just so you know, we are over $6,000 now out of the $7,000 we need for solve the world's most difficult puzzle. So that is 85%. Related to that, we have a $15 donation from Kona Recon, who says, I don't think the most difficult puzzle has been hyped enough. So I'll ask puwexil a question about it. Hey puwexil, how long does it take to solve that puzzle?
I'm hoping to solve it in like under 3 minutes. I mean, casually, I've seen people take literal hours to solve it.
Wow.
blind.
That's wild. Well, I would like to see that, and we are getting very close, so keep those donations coming in. Do you have time for another?
Yeah, maybe one more.
Okay, one more. Well, I'll do a quick one. $10 from Anonymous, who says, "Happy birthday! Here's your present. It's the world's most difficult puzzle."
Thank you. All right, so after this unavoidable fight with it's probably worth noting too that enemy in the no manipulation category, the enemy formations in the fights is random, so it's some number of horses and possibly eagles too in that fight. We get our second tool, which is the bomb, which sadly we can't actually like damage enemies or anything with it, but the main thing we'll be doing with the bomb is like blowing open doors. And then right here, this is our first usage of a minor glitch that's allowed in no major glitches run that I just called a reset glitch. Because what you're expected to do here is put a pot on that switch so that the game won't retract the bridge. But if you step on the switch and then cast the reset spell, then the game just kind of forgets to retract the bridge, and you're able to just continue on. And another thing about this place too is that I am taking some fights that aren't expressly required because I want to get Tia a level up before the next boss I have to fight. The next boss, called Regal Goblin, is extremely dangerous, and if I just roll in with Tia at level 7, which is her starting level, then she's in a fair bit of danger of potentially getting killed from max health without much I can do about it. There's still a little bit of risk involved with that, but just getting a level up and some better stats makes a notable difference with that. So here we just need to line up at least 3 of the same color block to make them disappear, although we need to, if we just do 3, then we'll run out without actually getting rid of all of them, so we need to set up some like 5 block chains. Then we get a coat, which is just an armor upgrade for Tia. Again, the next boss is pretty dangerous, so I have to do a fair bit of preparation in order to be able to beat it at low levels.
Most of the early bosses are generally more difficult here because we're not doing any encounters. There's kind of an expectation that you're pretty much fighting all the enemies if you're doing a casual playthrough. And we also don't have a lot of utility items to work with. And those will be things that we kind of pick up throughout the game. Things that give us status ailment protection, stat boosts, and also special abilities.
So that first room we went into was optional, as far as just getting another miracle to sell for 1,000 gold. But now we're actually, and we also did the reset glitch again in order to skip having to loop around to press both switches on the left side of that room. But then here we're just heading towards the end of the dungeon, and we have to fight 3 sets of kobolds in this combat room to get the door open. And this is where I kind of hope to get large numbers of kobolds, and unfortunately I'm not seeing that, to try to top off getting level 8 for Tia. So once I'm past these 3 fights, then I kind of try to finish off the level with fights in this last room here.
Yeah, if you happen to get really desperate, whenever you reset things, it also brings the enemies back as part of that process, so there's no real danger of running out of things to fight in here, and you can also do that for grinding items if you need to get certain item drops.
It's kind of unlucky to have to do all 3 fights in here, but yeah, we had 2 single kobold fights in the combat room, which is pretty bad luck. But yeah, with that we have cornered Bart and Bertie, and they tried to let loose some wily waters, they call it, on us, but unfortunately washed themselves away instead. So I guess while we're retrieving the crown and heading back upstairs, let's have another donation or 2.
Absolutely. I'm getting like Jesse and James energy as well from them.
Yes.
What'd you say?
That's a good comparison, yep.
All right, we have $10 from Reiko Dactylis.
Oh, thanks, Reiko.
Okay, did I say it right? Who says, "Good luck and happy birthday, puwexil."
Thank you.
Wait a sec. This ancient cave run doesn't look right. Oh well, I'm sure it's fine. We've also got a $5 donation from Backside of Water who says, "This is your birthday song. It isn't very long." All right.
All right. So then once we've retrieved the crown, we can talk to the king and ask for a reward. And if we say nothing and be humble, we actually get the highest possible amount of money we can, which is 3,000. Again, money is extremely tight early, although I am a fan of the dialogue you get if you ask for the king for your reward too, and he's pretty taken aback. All right, so this is another case where we don't really need to talk to anybody in towns in order to progress the story. So kind of what's going on here is that, again, there's another tunnel that leads to the next island that's locked. And in this case, a kid stole the key to the tunnel and then proceeded to get it stolen by a monster. So now we're going into that monster's lair to go get that key back. Because again, lock picks and stuff like that
or just
don't
spare
exist in
key.
this world. Yes, spare keys, yeah, also don't exist in this world. So this is where we're going to be fighting the Regal Goblin boss that I've been talking about for a bit. So again, we're making a couple detours here and there to pick up various kinds of items that are, for the most part, to prepare for that fight, and then a few will also be useful later on too. Like here, we're going into. Oh yeah, and then those tiles too will refill your health and magic too. The red ones are HP and the blue ones are MP.
There's also one more tile type, which is saving the game. And I don't think we mentioned it for the rule set for this, but when you save the game on the tile, it'll, for a brief time, have the RNG reset back to a known state. So whenever Puwexil touches a save tile, he has to save in order to make sure that he can't do any RNG manipulation.
So that's all the gear we need. So making use the menu system in this game is very responsive and has very little lag too. So and then there's what's called the optimize command too, where you just equip whatever the best gear for stats that you have for that character is. So I was able to just really fly through that equip menu there. So I basically just put on better armor for both Maxim and Tia, and then also gave the witch ring that I just picked up to Tia, which is a ring that boosts magic and magic defense, but the main value I'm going to get out of it is making Tia's healing stronger, because she comes with the tier 1 healing spell called Strong.
We're at 90%, by the way, for the most difficult
Nice.
puzzle. It's coming up.
All right, so we have a very oddly specific physics-based puzzle too, where we have to kind of drain these two reservoirs here in order to basically create pressure to build a bridge in the next room by kind of flooding two empty reservoirs. All right, it is about time for Regal Goblin. Another very important safety save here. All right, so Regal Goblin has really two things it can do. It can either punch me fairly hard for about 30 damage, or it can summon other goblins and punch me for about like 15 damage or so. And Goblin can be put to sleep, and I make a shot at it at the first turn, but it's if I don't get the sleep, it's not super common to get another one, but thanks to Fumi, I do. Okay, we got a sleep.
Nice.
So then between turns, I need to, because enemies that, okay, thanks Fumi. Enemies that are asleep can either naturally wake up at the end of the turn, in which case the game tells you so-and-so woke up, but enemies can also wake up in response to taking damage, which happened there because of Fumi. And if that happens, I need to pay attention to the idle pose, basically, of the monster on the kind of the ready screen between turns. Because normal enemies are kind of wiggling back and forth and up and down, but if they're asleep, they just go up and down. Oof. This is why that extra level up for Tia is so important.
Yeah, getting 2 goblin companions on the screen at once is very tough to deal with.
Bye, Fumi.
And having a normal goblin in the front row is pretty undesirable too, because if that and the regal goblin gang up on Tia, they might be able to kill her. Come on, don't do it, don't do it. Okay.
Yeah, both your party members as well as the enemies have a concept of front row and back row. And for the enemy companions, they can spawn in either front or back. That'll push the boss, which could reduce the damage that you get to deal to it.
Yeah, and if I only need to heal 30 hit points or less too, I'm using potions instead of the healing spell just because the animation's a little faster. Yeah, Regal Goblin is 500 HP, so it takes a while when I'm only doing about like 30 to 40 damage per hit, depending on how the row placement works. Had a couple close calls, but really the biggest thing I do not want to happen is for Tia to die. I do have some backup strats if that does happen, but I really hope it doesn't.
It's important to get the experience from all of these bosses on your characters throughout there, so almost every fight you want to have no deaths at the end.
Yeah, one thing you might have noticed, whenever puwexil's casting a heal spell, it's the same spell as either targeting one or both party members. You can freely target as many or as few characters as you want with the spell, and it'll just split the healing or damage among all the characters targeted. It's really nice and flexible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's something I wish a lot more RPGs did, give you a lot of freedom of control over targeting your spells. It should be getting kind of close now. Just gonna go for the kill.
Yeah, now that Regal Golem is behaving a bit and doing these punches instead of the companions, I think you've got this one.
All right, and that was
Nice.
Regal Goblin. A pretty slow fight, to be honest, but I'll take any that I can walk away from.
Well, actually, you forgot to get the key. The whole point of going there was to get the key.
Yeah, the key.
Well, I guess we're just going to have to go back down.
Yeah, we'll have to, check in with the person that wants us to get the key here. Oh, that key. Oh, I found it. Okay. Yeah, that's a pretty silly exploit that was discovered completely accidentally by the Lufia 2 speedrun community, in that the quest trigger to progress the story past here is actually just to defeat Regal Goblin, even though the whole reason you do so is to try to find the shrine key. You don't even need it, so it saves a couple seconds of opening the chest. And then the woman basically there was a woman that was trapped there because she went shopping in Sundleton named Hilda. And then she she comes back home to the town of Tanbell and then introduces us to our brother Guy, who we hit it off with pretty well. Then he kind of wants to challenge Maxim to a friendly sparring contest. But before we do that, we've got a fair bit of shopping to do.
Does that mean what I think it means?
Let's just explain what we're doing here.
No,
first.
please, go ahead.
So we're just going to kind of sell off all the loose stuff that we don't actually need anymore, and the miracles that we picked up expressly for selling. We get 2 kukris, which are a better weapon that has the thunder element, and then a tough hide, which is an armor upgrade for Maxim. And we're going to buy you. The way you learn new spells in this game is by buying them from shops. So we get the level 1 ice and lightning spells for Tia, and the level 1 healing spell for Maxim.
Gale being the ice spell.
Yeah, just like you think. Yeah.
Because thank you for this translation.
And then I don't have quite enough money to buy the rest of the high potions I want, so I'm actually going to go progress the story here by challenging Guy And then, well, spoilers, some bad stuff happens here in a few seconds, and then I have to do a fight here with two flunkies that give me some money that I can use to afford the rest of the potions. But yeah, this is where we get introduced to kind of our first minor antagonist, a fellow by the name, well, we later learn his name is Camus, and E6 is two goons on us that we put the big boomers to use, which is just a stronger version of boomerangs. And then basically Camus takes off at this point, and we find out that he actually kidnapped Hilda, Guy's sister, and took her to a nearby tower. So, of course, we are going to go chase him down and try to rescue her. So yeah, so I'm going to head back to the shop, buy some more potions that I'll need for the next leg of the run. And I guess while I'm walking to the tower, what have you got for us, Fu?
I have so many, but I'll just pick a few for now. We have $25 from Calf, who says, "Good luck, puwexil. I'm excited to watch you beat a sliding puzzle." And a great JRPG also, too. That's nice. We've also got $25 from Mystery18 saying, "I've sadly missed a lot of GDQ this year with how busy this week has been, but while popping in, I heard something about an incentive not being met yet. Time to donate. Come on, y'all, let's get it." We are at 92%. That's right. We have just over $500 left to get that world's most difficult puzzle. I'm very excited for that. It's going to be good. $75 as well from Plazatron, who says, "For more Lufia 2 and more puwexil in the chair."
All right, so then for that last room, I was just using knowledge that the scorpions there move perpendicular to me in order to get by them without fights. And then there's a goblin that sometimes has some kobold or imp friends standing on a switch I need, so I take them out. And let's see.
This is going to be the first of many, many towers that you see in this game. One of the big things that we kind of say that, for Lufia 2's charms, there are so many great things about it. The soundtrack's amazing, the bosses are amazing, but some of the tile sets are kind of overused. And one of the things that you'll see a lot is this tower tile set of climbing the outside of these towers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so then there we need, if we go into that carpeted area without going through the clearly designated entrance, then some blocks appear and block us off. And we also, even after we've hit the switch, we don't want to do that because we're frozen in place while the blocks are appearing. I guess while we're dropping some jars, I think this is probably a great opportunity to start talking about the IP system too, which we haven't really said much about yet, and is a really, really important mechanic that kind of makes this speedrun work as far as how we're able to just beat a lot of these bosses and other required fights without taking regular encounters to level up too. So I guess does one of you guys want to kick that off?
Yeah, so IP is kind of this game's equivalent of limit breaks. Every time you get hit, you build up this meter. And IP stands for Akari points, which in Japanese, Akari means anger. So you're getting angry at the enemies, and now you can do special attacks. And unlike limit breaks in Final Fantasy, in Lufia, these IP attacks are equipment-based. So whatever gear that you have on determines what moves you can use, and also determines how much percentage in your IP meter in order to be able to use that move. Some of them are going to take up your entire meter, some might be a third. So strategically, you're going to be building this meter up during fights to be able to use and just do big damage attacks in return.
Yeah, and then Camus is another pretty rough fight, kind of like the last two, but right about now is where we're really starting to get some better tools for combat, in particular just equipment that has nice IP abilities that are effective for the situation. Because Camus is weak against the lightning element, and the Kukri swords I bought in Tanbel have an IP attack called Thunder Blast, which is the lightning element, and that's going to be one of my big sources of damage against Camus.
The Jute helmet that puwexil just picked up is an item that protects against a particular status element, and we'll also see a lot of status elements being used throughout this run as a way to deal with enemies, but also you really have to make certain that you are protected against the majority of the ones that you see used against you in the game.
Yeah, so the Camus fight is one of my favorite boss fights in the run, actually, just because there's a lot of directions that it can go depending on what Camus does, and I have to make a lot of kind of on-the-fly decisions on how to react to them optimally.
This music is awesome, by the way.
It's so good. So yeah, Camus is 1500 HP, so yeah, Thunder Blast is pretty much the strongest thing I can do.
And now that Maxim has used 2 Thunder Blasts, we've got to build up that IP gauge in order to be able to do it again. Guys also got the IP gauge started there.
Yeah, and then the way you accumulate IP too, like Gyre said, is by taking damage from enemies. Wow, really hitting Fumi there. But it's a little more complex too in that the amount of IP you get is kind of relative to how much damage you take relative to like your current HP. So kind of the more hurt you are when you take damage, the more IP you get out of it. So kind of like Regal Goblin, Camus is able to summon goons, and there's a lot of bosses in this game that can do that. And with a few exceptions, we always want to kill them ASAP. And like here, the optimal way to do that is through throwing a boomerang and then casting the Gale spell, just because the goons are weak to the ice element.
Yeah, the Buster Attack will fill up everybody's gauge a little bit, and sometimes that is good. In Camus, we don't want to have him just spam that move over and over again, because you have to do a lot of time healing. But often in these boss fights, it's actually a good thing to have a weak AoE attack to be able to just get IP recovered and also just heal it back up on the next turn.
Not a fan of how many times he's doing this, but it's not too dire yet.
Do you want any donations while you're fighting?
After this fight, we're actually going to have a very, very nice long period of time that we can do donations.
I will enjoy the music.
Alright, so getting put to sleep is not really what we want, but that's what we bought the awake potions for. And a judgment call I need to make in Camus fights too is whether to use IP with Guy or not. Because Guy can use the same Thunder Blast as Maxim, and that helps against Camus, but it helps even more against the next boss. But yeah, Camus down.
That was a very nice fight.
Nice fight, yeah. Yeah, so again, if Camus is just doing like 3 or 4 Buster attacks in a row and completely fills up Guy's IP, and I'm not like close to defeating him, I'll often dip into Guy's IP at that point. But I really, really want to try to conserve as much Guy IP as possible for Tarantula, the next boss. So I'm actually in very good shape at this point now. All right, so Camus leaves us with some cryptic comments about the world being ruled by things called Sinistrals, which we have a little conversation with Guy and his sister and girlfriend about before a Guy kind of decides to permanently join us to help fight these Sinistrals and stop other people from being like kidnapped or harmed like his sister was. And yeah, and then with that, you may have noticed that there were some treasure chests behind Camus too, which we made the choice of rescuing Hilda instead of looting the treasure chests. But those chests have some really, really good equipment in them. One of which is more or less a hard requirement to beat the next boss at the levels I'm at. So, unfortunately, we're actually going to have to climb Tan Bell Tower again in order to get that treasure.
Hey, but some good news. That might be a excellent time to get some donations in.
Yes, but I'll just say that you've seen most of it before, but I don't need to get the dungeon key again, and I don't need to go to the secret room where the jute helmet is again. So I skipped those two. But unfortunately, when you leave and re-enter a dungeon, all like switches and puzzle elements all get reset. So I have to redo all of that. So Fu, I guess you've got about 2.5 minutes of time to spread the word.
Oh, I can spread the word. Okay. All right, we are just over $200 left to get that world's most difficult puzzle incentive met. So close to the 7,000 that we need. And then we have that bonus ace run after. So don't forget about that. We have $50 from Armar, who was agreeing with me from earlier, saying Lufia 2's music is really memorable. It was one of the first JRPGs I played, and I still can remember how pumped up the music got me in the end of the game. I'm excited to hear that. Mm-hmm. We have $100 from the Soup Store, who says, never heard of this game, but it looks rad. Let's rock that puzzle. What do you mean you're at the Soup Store? What do you mean you're at Soup? Sorry, I love that meme so much. We have $25 from Sean Zilla, who says, lol, that Lufia 2 puzzle is still something else. $25 from Vermin Quest saying, tiles and puzzles? This game has everything. $50 from Slade Bain saying, have to donate to one of the Super Nintendo RPGs I played but never finished as a kid. My parents rented it for me a few times in a row, but I got stuck on some block pushing puzzle. Donating to see the solution to one of my gaming nemesis from my childhood. Happy birthday, Puwexil.
Thank you.
We got a lot of happy birthdays for you in here. Can I keep going for a little bit?
Yep, go ahead.
All right.
Basically, you've got until I actually get to the top of the tower again and loot the treasure.
Beautiful. I can try to get some of these out here. There are so many. Okay. $20 from Will Gallant saying, how many moves was that for the minimum amount? I want to see this puzzle. 116, right?
Yep.
Oh my goodness. $50 from Code and Data saying, excited to donate for such a great cause. Thanks to all the volunteers helping to make this happen. Let's get that Lufia 2 most difficult puzzle incentive met. We are so close. We are so close. Less than $200 to go. $25 from Sporadic Erratic, who says, had to get my donation in to help out with solving the world's most difficult puzzle. Happy birthday, Puwexil.
Thanks, Sporadic.
$25 from Faint Heart. Okay. Oh, this was from My Friendly Neighborhood. I was gonna do a Cookie Monster impression. All right, we'll do really quick.
Don't hold back.
Oh goodness.
On my account.
I don't think I can do it well, but okay. In-game puppet wasn't specified, so C is for cookie. That's good enough for me. Oh, cookie starts with C. It's very good. All right, $25 from Sparkax, who says, Lufia 2 is one of the most underrated JRPGs from the end of the Super Nintendo's life.
For sure.
It deserves to be held up there with Final Fantasy VI, Earthbound, Chrono Trigger, and more. I wasn't planning on staying up all night, but now I'm gonna try. Gotta see that puzzle solved. Yeah, I love learning about this game actually right now, so thank you for the explanations.
All right, so we get some very, very nice items here. The fire dagger is more or less a hard requirement to beat Tarantula, the next boss, just because it's a nice weapon upgrade for Guy that's the fire element. Also, I'm heading back into the tower, but don't worry, now we're just heading out the back door, so we are done with this place. We also got a nice accessory called the Pearl Brace, which is, I've got a little bit of shopping here to do.
So while you're shopping, I'll explain Pearl Brace and Camo Armor, two things that got picked up there. And both are going to be used for basically the entire rest of the run. They're actually really good items for when they show up. The Pearl Brace will see its IP move used a bit, and Camo Armor for later in the game.
Yeah, the Pearl Brace gives, it's going to be very useful near term because it has paralysis resistance, which Tarantula can do, and then later on, both that and getting fire resistance from it are going to come in handy. So in this town of Clemento, there's basically we make friends. Well, we could, but we don't have to. with a owner of a glass shop named Jaffe, I believe, He's basically in debt to a greedy person named Roche, who owns the town basically, and we kind of overhear Roche talking about wanting an apple that's made out of rubies that's rumored to be in this nearby cave. So just as a friend to a favor for Jaffe, we're going to go looking for that ruby apple and hopefully pay off Jaffe's debts.
I just want to tune in really quick and say that we have now met the world's most difficult puzzle incentive. Yay! I'm so excited to see this. Yep. Oh my goodness. All right, you all, we are 24% of the way now to that bonus ace run. Something else I want to see. Get those donations in and put the donations toward the incentive. Don't forget.
right, so after a fairly lengthy dungeon in the form of 10 Bell Tower, the Ruby Cave here is actually quite short, especially if we're just skipping optional treasure areas and just heading straight for the end. Like, we're pretty much there now.
There's actually a lot more in this cave that we're not going to be seeing. You can build bridges all the way off into the distance and get some more items. But since they're not going to be required for the run, we can actually just kind of zoom right through this.
All right, so we're about to face yet another pretty rough boss called Tarantula. The main two reasons Tarantula is so rough is an attack that I believe it's scripted to always use on the first turn called Poison Shower, which does a lot of damage and can poison you. And it can also, with its normal single target attack, it can paralyze you. So, okay, we didn't get Poison Showered, so I guess it's not guaranteed. But we did unfortunately get basically robbed of some damage output there, because like I think we talked about during the Regal Goblin fight, when bosses that can summon help do so, it's random which row the helper goes into. And if it goes into the front row, that quietly moves the boss into the back row. And the fact that the Tarantula did that right there robbed me of about 100 damage or so from the IP attack.
The other thing that we've done is buff Tia's in magic stat to be able to do a little bit more on those healing spells, which is going to be necessary to keep up with how much damage Tarantula can do.
So yeah, unfortunately getting paralyzed there, but that's what these mystery pins I bought back in Clemento are for. There isn't really a universal status cure item in this game, but there's one for each possible status ailment.
And looking by this point, the poison is really not going to be all that significant. Taking down 1 or 2 damage extra when the boss is doing 50, 60 plus is not even noticeable at this point.
So taking a lot of damage, but I'm getting a lot of IP out of it at least. That's what I was not hoping for.
Yeah, paralysis is one of the most dangerous things here, as that can then chain together. So you definitely don't want your second person getting paralyzed, as that's really tough to recover from. For one at a time, though, it's mostly getting back out of the script for the fight, trying to get Guy up to the point where he can do another one of those big fire attacks, and hopefully this time
this time actually do it. Yeah.
The spider will not bump the boss into the back row.
Okay, I didn't get paralyzed that time. So yeah, Tarantula has 2,000 HP, so yeah, each IP attack does about a quarter of that. And then Maxim is actually pretty much just a support character for this fight, because in order to do real damage to Tarantula, it needs to be the fire element, which Maxim can't do. So it's melee attacks with the fire dagger or IP attacks, and then the spark spell with Tia is how I do damage.
We can tell this Tarantula is pretty low in health, because that's what the trigger for Tarantula doing any healing is.
Yeah, so if it doesn't heal again, I'm probably 2 turns away from a kill, if not this turn. Unless that happens. I mean, I am outpacing that, but it does drag out the fight every time it heals. All right, there we go. Not a terribly fast Tarantula fight, thanks to getting paralyzed and 2 heals near the end, but like a lot of these early game bosses, I'll gladly take first try. All right, so we kind of found that the Tarantula had the ruby apple and was using it to just lure us into its trap, but then it broke during the fight, which kind of cued us in that it's not really ruby if it broke so easily, and that Jaffe, who we were rescuing here, is making these apples out of glass and then gives us a fresh one. And then we kind of make the decision that we're going to go give the glass apple to Roshi to get him to pay off Jaffe's debts. And even though we're kind of deceiving him, we justify it to ourselves by saying that even though the apple isn't really rubies, it's worth something to it has perceived value by Roche. So
Sure is incredibly lucky that the NPC you just found happened to have an identical glass ruby apple on him in order to solve this quest.
Yep. Yeah, I was supposed to buy a warp at the town to walk back here, but it's no big deal. All right, so I guess while we're turning in the quest and seeing a really adorable frolic animation from Tia afterwards, what have you got for us, Fu?
Oh, hello. I have lovely donations with lovely messages from lovely people. We've got a $250 donation from Furzin, who says, looking forward to another showcase of puwexil's encyclopedic RPG knowledge. We have another $250 donation from Ambivalent. I get it. Had to donate during one of my favorite games run by one of my favorite runners. I've beat this game so many times, and every time I still ugly cry at the end. Let's make puwexil do the world's hardest puzzle. Well, I have good news for you. $50 from Apollo, who says, Lufia 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. Let's get it, GDQ and the runners. $25 from Chaotic Deal, who says, hardest puzzle in the world? How could I not donate? Got time for a little more?
Yeah, while we're heading to the next town, go for it. Maybe like 2 more.
Sure. Absolutely. $10 from Phoenix Captain. Phoenix says, looking forward to seeing my favorite RPG on the GDQ stage. I have to see the puzzle that took me hours to beat as a kid get absolutely destroyed. And we've got $25 from Sky Vicnair saying, looking forward to a comfy run to finish out the rest of my shift and really, really hoping to see some truly wacky shenanigans in that Lufia Ace run. Trans rights are human rights. And let's get some hype from the Graveyard Shift crew. Awesome.
All right, so we're heading into the next town called Parcelite, where we're meeting our next playable character, who's the basically the knight captain of Parcelite, named Salan. Although she's also serving as basically a school kindergarten cop at this point too. Then this is finally where we can buy regains, which are the basic tier revival item, because we didn't really mention it, but a big part of why a lot of these bosses we've been fighting earlier have been so dangerous is that we just don't have a convenient means of reviving dead characters. Like for Regal Goblin specifically, I had some backup strats involving my miracles, like using one and then picking up another item to replace the money I lost there. But for like Camu and Tarantula, if I had somebody die, I pretty much would have to reset and retry the fight from my safety save. But now we have regains, so if somebody dies, we can bring them back up.
One big thing about death, though, is that you do lose your entire IP gauge, and that can be very devastating at some points. But interestingly, you keep the buffs that you have on. So if we have any moves that we've used to increase somebody's speed or stats, those will stick around even after a revival.
Yeah, and then regains also, if you use them on a living character, they just recover 100 hit points too. So there may be some cases where I'll preemptively throw a regain if I'm concerned about somebody potentially dying on that turn, and if they don't, then it's not just a total waste. They get some healing out of it. All right, so after we get introduced to Salan, we go talk to the king of Parcelite, who's already heard of our renown, and sends us on a quest to go retrieve basically an ornamental sword called the Treasure Sword from a nearby shrine, and kind of sends Salan to accompany us. So Salan is kind of another mage type character, although she's a little better at melee combat than Tia too, as far as her stats and what kinds of weapons she can equip.
They describe Salan as a knight with swords, and she does sword battles, but then she's got a rod in this game.
You can
So
equip like one sword eventually, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just, I don't know.
All right, so we heading into the basement of the Treasure Sword Shrine to get the dungeon key, and there's some really nice items here. Like the first thing we're getting is the Undead Ring, which not really too obvious what it does, but the two main utilities that I'll be getting out of it is that when you equip it on somebody, their melee attacks will become Holy Element, and you also get immunity to instant death out of it, both of which are going to be used for the whole rest of the game.
one little oddity is that normally in this game, red is the regular chest color, blue is the quest chest, but for this dungeon only, it's green instead of blue.
Yep. No idea why. If anybody actually knows, feel free to make a donation and let us know. So we get the dungeon key and then just an upgraded armlet that has the same Battle Lust IP ability that the Tia's mini shield does. And yeah, I don't think we really talked about that specifically, but Battle Lust gives you a 40% boost in attack power.
I think so far we've only seen the Power Gourd, which is a little bit of a weaker version of that.
We did use Battle Lust on the camper fight, actually, on Guy. But yeah, but other than that, it's been mostly the Power Gourds, yeah. And you are able to stack stat buffs in this game, too. Although each time you do it, it's diminishing returns. So taking a little detour here just to get a Bat Rock. 'Cause in addition to, like, one of the types of equipment all of your characters can equip are jewels or gemstones, and those, in addition to having IP abilities, just all raise specific stats. Bat Rock we're actually just getting to sell for cash, but we'll be getting gems that we'll actually be equipping soon enough too. Then we get the Mind Ring, which that's going to be pretty important for the next boss, and we'll explain why soon enough.
You might see some weird text on the screen. This is a bug in localization that whenever he goes between the menus on different characters, it'll leave some of the text behind. There is some really weird ones that come up. We'll try and call them out whenever we see one.
I did like us accumulating more and more G's at the end of Ring. With each.
Call this the conga line room. All right, now we get a pretty rough puzzle for people playing the game for the first time, too. Because, yeah, like Gyre said earlier, too, this game has there's hint tiles in the puzzle rooms, like that white tile in the northwest corner there, and those are pretty good for the most part as far as telling you what the goal of the puzzle is. And like here, it tells you have a certain number of moves to kind of make all of the blocks turn orange. But what the hints don't tell you is that you need to line them up diagonally in some cases. All right, so with that, we are at the boss. If you're familiar with Melty Gemini from Final Fantasy IX, we're about to fight the Lufia equivalent of that, which are two clowns named Pierre and Danielle. This is a kind of an interesting fight in that we have to fight both of them with our full party, and then we realize that that they're kind of two halves of one monster, so then we have to split up and take them out at the same time.
Yeah. This is also the blue one, so it immediately opens with a fire attack and is weak to ice.
Yep.
And it's going to be exactly the opposite with the red one. It's weak to fire for some reason.
And then, like I know we were talking about earlier, the magic system in this game is really cool in that you have free control over how many targets your spells can target. You don't have to commit to one or all like you do in most other older turn-based RPGs. And then the amount of damage or healing you get is proportional to the number of targets. So in this case, under most circumstances, Guy can get through all these fights without needing to be healed. And but because the other characters are a bit squishier, I use this, like you're seeing there. I use healing on the other three, and for the AoE, full AoE bolt spell that Pierre does, then just a three-way targeted strong spell will mostly recover that.
Now these initial fights are going to use your entire party to fight each of the clowns, but there's going to be refights coming up, and they're going to have the exact same stats, but you only have half of your party. So this is the easy time through. Then we get to have the harder version of each of these.
And then just like you'd expect, a red enemy here uses ice and water spells against you and is weak against fire. And also lightning. Go
Fumi punch!
Fumi punch!
Every time you say Fumi, I get confused.
Oh.
It's like, Fumi. Oh, okay.
Both this and then the 2v1 fight with Danielle are a bit easier than the ones with Pierre, just because my means of exploiting Danielle's weakness are better than what I can do with Pierre. Oh yeah, and then the clowns can also just laugh at you too, which it's just an empty turn that's kind of just designed to make these fights a bit more fair. All right, and that's our first one. But yeah, we noticed that after we fought both of them, that they're just immediately respawning and kicking us out, and then it kind of dawns on us that they're telling us the same thing, and they look very similar. So it's kind of we're clued in that it's actually two halves of one monster. So we're gonna have to split up into two teams to fight them both at the same time. We don't get to choose that. The game just kind of assigns one fighter and one mage for each clown.
Yeah, Team 1, we're going to have Maxim, Tia, and Fumi. And then Team 2, we're going to have Guy, Salon, and then again Fumi.
All right, so this is where I put the Mind Ring I picked up there to use, because that basically gives me early access to Stronger, which is the Tier 2 healing spell. And there's basically two things that Pierre can do that I can't keep up. Not that, but that I can't keep up with the Tier 1 healing spell, and that's either punching Salon or using fireballs on Maxim. So okay. Tia's low on IP at this point, but that fireball is going to let me use a Glacial Blast on Pierre, which might be enough for the kill, actually.
Here's a great example of where taking damage is actually a positive for your healer. So you're getting that IP back and able to just basically be continuously chain healing.
So I haven't been counting my hits properly, but not getting punished for it at least. Okay, there we go. And deaths in these fights, I mean, other than risking losing, are not terribly punishing as far as losing experience. All right, so then when we fight Danielle, I preemptively throw a high potion on Salon in case she takes damage while she's using Battle Lust to raise Guy's attack power by 40%, and then I just kind of unleash the fury here. And I'm just kind of hope that Guy builds enough IP to use his one that does triple damage, basically. I love the soundtrack for this game, but hearing it through the GDQ sound system makes it sound so much better, too.
I feel like I'm going to hum this music for the rest of the week, by the way.
Oh, you absolutely are.
Yeah.
All right, should be done this turn.
Just a quick update, by the way. We are over $4,000 toward the ace run so far out of the 15,000 that we need. So making great progress. That is by the end of the run, right? That's when it'll close?
Yes, the ace run will be after the run.
So you have like some time, but get your donations in now. Then we can know that it's happening sooner.
And if we finish all these donations, we might have other games that could need some donations as well.
That's right. Like unlocking the secret ending in Gunbrella. But I want to see this ace run as well, so let's make it happen.
That's the clowns defeated. A pretty smooth fights, all things considered. Well, while I'm on the island where Parcelite is too, I'm actually not using the menu cancel trick in order to avoid overworld encounters. And that's because actually the Parcelite Island is your first opportunity to encounter a monster called a core. If you're familiar with metal slimes from the world of Dragon Quest, cores are basically the Lufia equivalent to that, where they have a high chance to run away, but if you actually defeat one, you get a lot of experience. But unlike real metal slimes, cores are actually very, very easy to defeat if you just have any kind of spell that does damage. So, I mean, it's not really going to make or break a run if I'm actually able to beat a core, but it's nice for just getting a free level for a little bit of early game safety.
Yeah, the cores were supposed to have really high magic defense like Metal Slime, but it was so high that it wrapped around to be like basically no magic defense at all.
Yep. All right, so So after we've retrieved the treasure sword, this is kind of where the main connecting storyline of Lufia 2 really starts to take off, and that's that we find out that a town called Gordovan to the west of Parselite has been destroyed, and it's been destroyed by one person, which doesn't really make a whole lot of sense yet. So we're gonna go over there and check it out, and then the king sends Salon with us to go investigate. Oops.
This part also has a real Dragon Quest feel where there's these little shrines dotted around that for some reason you can't go through. Sometimes there's locked doors, sometimes there's a guard just sternly standing in front of the door telling you to go away. But you'll eventually open up progress. And this makes Lufia 2 relatively linear in terms of the progression through here for a lot of the game, but it will open up later on once we get some vehicles.
Yeah, you saw that we just entered that town for only a second. That was so we could register it as a warp point for later on. Mm-hmm. Also, there is an inn in that town. The inn has no roof. It has no beds. There are holes in the floorboards are all torn up. There are an insufficient number of walls. 20 gold a night. I don't know what you're paying for.
Yeah, because when Salon joins, she actually comes with the escape and warp spells, which lets you instantly teleport out of dungeons, then teleport between towns that you've been to, respectively. And then that's going to, both of those are going to be very, very heavily used in the speedrun.
Also very heavily used. The hook shot here, definitely a little Zelda-inspired. And this is probably one of the more common of the puzzle elements that you'll see throughout here. It very much displaces the arrows, even though the arrows are a little bit longer range and faster. Because he has to go to the ring menu each time to change between these tools, it'll probably just stick with the hook shot for a lot of this.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple opportunities where I need the arrow for something else, so I might switch to it early to do some enemy stuns too, just because the animation's a bit faster. Because with the hook shot you need to watch it retract. But yeah. Just for enemy stuns, it's not worth switching specifically off the hook shot. Oops, don't need to go in there. All right, so we went into this basically. If we'd have actually talked to NPCs in Gordovan, we'd have found out that their town was destroyed by a giant being in armor, who went to this nearby tower and. We're going to go chase him down here. And this is a kind of an elaborate dungeon because it actually has an elevator system. We use that to go down to the first floor to get an Eagle Rock, which is a very nice jewel accessory that raises the agility stat and has a special attack that's effective against flying enemies. It's kind of another puzzle that's kind of helping us get acquainted with the hook shot.
Do we have a little free time?
Sure.
Awesome. Well, let's get some donations. All right, we have $50 from Shiva Caller, who says first time here live after 10 years of watching, and I'm so excited to watch the legend puwexil play this classic game. Gotta donate for the world's hardest puzzle and more. Lufia. I think that means that Ace run. Also, $250 coming in from Naz, who says, happy birthday, puwexil.
Thank you.
Always love watching your runs and glad to see this underrated RPG classic. Good luck on the run, and let's show off that world's most difficult puzzle. There's still a lot of those donations, but I want to get them in anyway.
All right, so we're just about done with this tower. We grab the dungeon key, and then basically by playing kind of a Simon Says puzzle, you have to hit the switches in a specific order, and we have found our mysterious giant at the top here. Some oh-so foreboding music. And he very quickly introduces us as Gades, Master of Destruction.
And also introduces the new boss theme, which is incredible. And we're in trouble.
Yeah. You can actually win this fight. There's a speedrun category to beat Gades, which is very, very tough here. It's kind of Kefka and Darsh, but imagine if it was a really, really hard final boss, because Gades here actually has the same stats as the final version of Gades at the end of the game.
7,500 HP, by the way. Yeah, that fight is winnable. If you do so, you actually get the Gades Blade, which is a very, very nice sword. But it's not possible at the levels I'm at. I would actually have to do a fair bit of level grinding in order to have a chance. So since I'm intending to lose that fight, I just keep running away until I wipe. And a byproduct of that is that scripted death to Gades wipes out any status conditions I might still have. Like if I got poisoned, that'd go away at this point. But it also means I lose all of my IP, which is a bit of a problem for the near future. All right, so we go hit up Gades' treasure trove here to get some items that I'm just going to be selling.
Thankfully, did not kick us out of the tower again.
Yeah. These items, fortunately, not quite worth a complete revisit to the tower for.
Little minor thing is they misspelled the name of Parcelite in the work menu. So you'll see Parcelite, you'll see Parcelite. Just deal with it.
Yep. So we kind of head back to Parcelite, and shame that we got trounced by Gades. And, well, what do we want to do? Well, we're going to go chase after him. Chase after the giant being that just wiped the floor with us. And Salon keeps going with us, but then we actually lose Guy at this point. He gets summoned back home to Tanbel to check in on his sister, who's still recovering from having been kidnapped by Camus. So we're just heading on to the next dungeon with just Tia and Salon, which has a kind of an unfortunate property of meaning that one of my mages just has to be in the front row, because you can only you have to have your front row populated, and then you can do the back row.
Yeah, there's quite a few characters in this game, but you never have party control. It's always forced about who is going to be on your team at a particular time, and they'll rotate some of the characters in and out.
Yeah, and like Dowolf said, I stepped in and out of Gordovan earlier just to add it to my warp list so that I can get back here fast. And then around this point too, when I cross over to Gordovan, is kind of a turning point as far as overworld encounters too, because every time I open the menu to reset my step counter towards the next overworld encounter, I'm guaranteed at least 4 free steps before I might get an encounter. And in about the first hour of the speedrun, actually getting an overworld encounter wouldn't really be too dangerous. But starting about here, enemies are getting faster, and I might actually get hit if enemies attacked me. So I'm just getting some armor to boost Salon's defense, and then getting a holy elemental weapon that's eventually going to go on Guy once he rejoins me. Just selling off a bunch of stuff I don't need, and then restocking on my big boomers.
Some fabulous translations there, like the ear jewel for the earring.
Yeah. Call me if you find anything. I always like that. So we get Fireball, which does kind of what you think it does. It's the level 2 fire attack spell. And then we get the Trick spell, which you'd kind of think based on the name, it maybe raises your speed or your intelligence or something like that, but it raises your attack power. And that's going to be used much, much, much later at the run, although I may use it sooner for some certain kinds of backup strategies, but the only kind of intended use for it is for one of the last bosses in the game. All right, so the cave bridge here, it's a very short dungeon that's really more about story development than about fighting, because Guy got taken out of our party, so we just have Tia and Salon here. And Tia is Maxim's childhood friend who has a very, very obvious crush on him and is kind of just following along because she's worried about him and wants to kind of keep him safe until he can go home to Elsud with her. And then Salon's a lot more kind of proactive as far as kind of wanting to go on the journey to kind of find the Sinistrals, who we kind of put 2 and 2 together that Gades is one of the Sinistrals. Go stop them from terrorizing the world.
Now, this is not the only Lufia game that has a bridge that you need to build. And to people that have played Lufia 1 may infamously remember that it was a thing. But how would you rate the building in Lufia 2, puwexil?
Much, much, much better. Yeah, it's in some ways I kind of view the the bridge repair quest here is an apology for what they did for the bridge repair in the first game, because in that you have some very, very obtuse story triggers, and one of them is actually just once you've given the engineer the materials to fix the bridge, he wants you to go climb a hill that requires going into a different entrance to the cave to watch him fix it. But here we just cross the side, and he says, "Won't you stay and watch me work? I do better when someone else is watching." I mean, there's no way that's not kind of a kind of a self-reference humor there by Neversoft. Okay, and then kind of glossed over that last room too. So we basically need to fight one set of goblins that's guarding a kind of an orb of darkness that's creating monsters in that dungeon. And kind of ideally, I want to approach the goblin head on, because I guess another mechanic we haven't really talked too much about is how preemptives and ambushes work. It's all tied to kind of what direction that Maxim is facing when you make contact with an enemy sprite to start a fight. If you approach head on, it's just a normal battle. If you sneak up behind the enemy, it's a guaranteed preemptive, and then the reverse, it's an ambush. And then if you approach from the side, it's 50% either way. And kind of ideally, I approach the goblin head on, but depending on how the other enemies are moving, it might take way too long to try to set that up. So I just kind of accepted the 50% risk of being ambushed there. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. All right, so then now we get introduced to one of the best characters in any Super Nintendo JRPG, if you ask me. A powerful warrior from Bound Kingdom named Dakar, or Decker, although I say Dakar. And it's a very cartoonish subplot here, if you ask me, because we get introduced to another minion of the Sinistrals called Idura, who sinks some monsters on Dakar, and he disposes all of them quickly with a special move. But then there's one jelly left behind that Dakar lets Prince Joseph take out. And then as we're talking to the king, we kind of find out that the prince is just always going off and getting into trouble. Then Dakar is just kind of quietly following behind and bailing him out. Like that. So still have a few minutes, well, maybe like a minute or so of cutscenes before we go chasing Idura to the nearby labyrinth. So what have you got for us, Fu?
Hi there. I have some donations, and let's see, we're about 29% into the bonus Ace Run incentive. So with that, we have $50 from the man with the plan, who says, no comment. Wait, this is a comment though. But I thought, you know what, it doesn't matter. Good luck on the run, puwexil. This donation goes towards the bonus Ace Run after the main one. $10 from Edwin, who says, happy birthday, puwexil.
Thank you.
Let's get the bonus. You ready to say thank you a lot more, because we got $100 from Holy Fire, who says, first time watching GDQ Live. Excited to tune in to my favorite speedrunner, puwexil. Happy birthday and good luck.
Oh, thank you.
$50 from DRKBEF, who says, hello, Lufia 2 is truly one of the most underrated RPGs of the SNES era. Thanks for running, puwexil, and happy birthday, smiley face. Let's get that Ace bonus run. Hi, Gyre. Hi, dowolf.
All right, so make a quick pit stop over here to get a Thunder Ring, which is a ring that it boosts the damage from thunder elemental spells done by the user, but it also actually raises strength and attack power, so eventually some fighters are going to be using that too, but Salon gets it for the immediate time being to boost her thunder spells. And here we have an extremely silly puzzle where we have to kind of chase this staircase around until it can't escape. Here we get to take advantage of the fact that the enemies in the adjoining rooms are actually already loaded, even if their AI isn't turned on. So there I was able to actually stun that sword enemy through the door and stun it before it could move out of the way, potentially.
Yeah, if they're right at the door, you'll even be able to see them, like if they're 2 steps out or so, which is a really nice touch. You're not going to be surprised when you walk through a doorway. You'll know the enemy's there and waiting.
So there I did a minor glitch where I set off another bomb to go off once the bridge started rising, and that actually let me regain movement control and just cross the bridge without having to wait on it.
You could have done that in one bomb, but if you do so, there's a glitch in the game that takes 4 minutes to raise the bridge. So it's basically soft locked.
The bridge raises, but then it just keeps going and goes all the way into outer space, and it will eventually wrap around. But I'm told it takes 4 minutes. All right, so we have cornered Idura, but then he's basically pulled us into a trap where. We're stuck on this platform where he's blocked the escape spell, and then starts summoning hordes of monsters. And, we have to basically do these fights are meant to be trivial in a normal playthrough, but because we're not fighting anything else and we're kind of underleveled, these can be a little spicy sometimes. So yeah, unfortunately, Tia died, and because we have to do 2 fights back to back. We want to come out of this fight pretty healthy.
And also, as puwexil mentioned, this is a rare time where you only have mages, so you're basically forced to put one of your mages up in the front.
An upside to this first fight dragging out a little bit, though, is getting more IP, because again, I lost all of my IP with that scripted wipe to Gades, and I need it back, especially for Maxim for the next fight, which is again with Gades again, actually, for reasons we'll get into later. All right, so we had to burn an extra turn to recover from Tia dying, but now we're pretty in great shape for the trolls. So the trolls are actually able to paralyze, but I've set up Salon with the Pearl Brace that she's immune to it because she has my best attack power here with the Fireball spell. It would if I went all in and targeted all 3 trolls with the Fireball, I could potentially one round this fight. But if anything bad happens, as far as Tia getting killed or paralyzed or something like that, then I'm in a world of hurt. But if I only target 2, then it's way safer. All right, so that is North Labyrinth done, and I've got some really good IP for Maxim. Pretty pleased with that. So Idura threatens to keep sicking monsters on us until we eventually run out of resources, but then Dakar finally shows up and bails us out, and get to hear his epic theme music. I think it's called The Strongest Man in the World in the soundtrack. All right, and then we get a pretty hilarious cutscene here where Dakar rescues us, but then kind of forgets how to get out of here. He kind of he walks back in, tells us he's taking the prince to safety, but then walks back in again and tells us he kind of forgot how to hit the switches in the next room. So, and this is also unfortunately Tia's departure here. She's going to be leaving us, so I'm actually going to take off her equipment and give some of it to Maxim and Salon. So I guess with that, let's hear a few words from our host.
Hello, this is a few words. No, I'm kidding. I'll actually read donations. Okay, we have $45 from Mike Steele, who says, Lufia 2 is an all-timer for me, and I couldn't be more stoked to fight off sleep for the next 4.5 hours. Best of luck, puwexil.
Thank you.
$25 from the Moon That Wanes, who says, good luck and happy birthday, puwexil.
Thank you.
We have $50 from Cream of Leet, who says, happy birthday, puwexil. One of my favorite games on the big stage. Good luck on your run. You are destined to fight.
Thank you.
We have $5 from Nikki Desu, who says, happy birthday, puwexil. Told you there are a lot of these. I've been looking forward to this run for so long. I'll get through this quick. My brother recently told me to watch a Final Fantasy VI speedrun, and now I have been inhaling speedruns for all of my childhood games, especially all of your past speedruns of Lucia 2, FF6, and Chrono Trigger. Love your knowledge and commentating and skill. Thanks for making me learn so much about my childhood games. Good luck.
Oh, thanks for the kind words.
Do you want any more?
Yeah, you got a couple more. Basically,
Okay.
we come back, and then Guy shows up too, and he and Dakar hit it off very, very well, and have a pretty anime-looking sparring match right here. And then after some more we basically found out that while we were at the North Labyrinth, Gades came to this castle and threatened the king. He said he's going to sink the island where Parcelite is and then destroy this kingdom. So
For absolutely no reason.
Yep, just because he wants to see the world burn.
That was one of my favorite quotes for talking about villains now, so I feel you. Okay, a couple more then. We have $25 from Bob from accounting, who says Lufia 2 is one of my favorite. We have done that one before. I apologize. Okay, I didn't mark that as. Here we go. $50 from Sif Moonweaver, who says Lufia 2 was one of my favorite RPGs growing up. It's awesome to see puwexil running it at GDQ. Good luck on the run, and thanks for all the great things you do. We had $25 from Geister Carl, who says Lufia 2? puwexil? puwexil's birthday. I think it's illegal not to donate. All the best to you, puwexil, especially great RNG.
All right, so we are heading off to the ancient tower, which is basically where we know Gades went to try to use some kind of special weapon that's here in order to destroy Parcelite, and we're going to try to stop that. This is unfortunately our first dungeon that has teleporting enemies. So since this is a no manipulation run, their teleport patterns are very, very random.
You often see puwexil stutter stepping through there to make certain that if it's going to teleport, you have a little bit of a cue for where it's going to land, and you can take evasive action or even just kind of reset the room if it looks like it's going to be jumping directly on top of them.
Yeah, because they can and will teleport directly on top of me, but there's kind of a little flashy sprite that cues you in and where they're going to appear one action before that happens. And again, my enemies, even teleporting enemies, only move when you do.
Yeah, we've also gone straight from the party with only mages to the party with only fighters. So Maxim can still stick around, be our healer, but mostly just throw in boomerangs.
Yep, now we got Decker, greatest swordsman in the world, but he uses an axe.
Yeah. Yeah, this dungeon has a really, really unique vibe to it because we don't have really kind of a real mage at this point. Like the only character we have that can use spells at all is Maxim, and he's not a particularly good spellcaster at the level he's at. So that's good. That just makes the combat here and then the boss at the top pretty interesting and potentially scary too. So just push the pillar into that specific spot there in order to get around the fact that the spikes normally block you when you approach them.
One thing I love about this game is just so much variety in the puzzles. It's not always just push the crates around or meet the patterns. It's every single dungeon's got something new in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the way a lot of them require using your tools too in kind of creative ways.
Yeah, and even ignoring the world's most difficult puzzle that you also kindly donated for, there's some pretty tricky ones in here. They are not just you're going to look at them and solve them in 10 seconds if you've seen a puzzle before in your life. They are ones you're spending 10, 20 minutes on sometimes casually.
Pumpkin jewel with the missing P there. So the bull enemies that we start seeing in this tower have kind of a weird type of aggressive AI where if you're lined up with one straight kind of in up or down, they'll charge at you really, really fast. But left or right, they just kind of move pretty slowly. So I did that kind of really, for that room where I wanted to get the pumpkin jewel in order to avoid those two bulls, I baited them into the corner and then stunned them through the barrier in order to do a pretty consistent way to get that safely. Yeah, the pumpkin jewel raises intelligence, but it also has an IP attack that it's going to be very, very useful later on.
Oh, we only got the sad snail.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
no friend.
Yeah, there's a frog sprite you might get in this fight that I'm really sad we didn't get to see it because it's one of the most happy-go-lucky frogs you'll ever see, between its facial expression and the fact that it's holding a pipe with bubbles coming out of it. So after getting the dungeon key, I do make a little detour here for marathon safety to get a miracle. Again, it's a full HP MP recovery and revival if somebody's dead, and that's going to be handy for the Gades fight coming up, or potentially later too. keep that snake under pretty tight control, because if I actually get a fight with it, it usually can outspeed me in attack.
I don't think we talked about the agility stat much, but it is a very heavy determinant of how turn order is going to go. Often we'll know exactly whether the boss is going to outspeed particular members of our party. So if you want to have an action that happens after the boss turn or before the boss turn, you actually can kind of plan that out in terms of how you set your team up and what your moves are going to be.
So now we've gotten everything we need for Gades, so we're going to start getting set up for that.
He is anger braced, and he is ringing.
Yeah. So yeah, we're throwing on the Undead Ring onto Dakar so that his attacks do the holy elemental damage, because Gades is a pretty evil guy, having just destroyed an entire city, so he's weak to the holy element. And then we gave Guy the Gladius sword that we bought in Merrick's village, which is a naturally holy elemental weapon, and then the Anger Braced, as the text glitch calls it, lets him use the Battle Lust skill to raise attack power. And the Pumpkin Jewel we're just using to raise Maxim's intelligence so that his healing is more effective.
While we're in here, do you want a donation or two?
Yeah, maybe a quick one or so.
Okay, cool. Let's do a quick one. There's so many. Okay, here's one. $50 from Rudawen, who says Lufia 2 is one of the first RPGs I finished, and it's amazing to get to see it again after some time. Here's to seeing what everyone can do with it.
All right, so this is one of the most obnoxious puzzles in the entire game. Because it's a monster foot race where you basically bet on one of three monsters to hit their target first. And we go for the skeleton on the right because it can teleport, which makes it statistically the most likely to win. But sometimes it just doesn't want to go to the end. That was decently fast.
It's a lot like the Mario Party 2 minigame. It is about as consistent.
So I got pretty lucky with the puzzle, but now we actually get to fight Gades, who for just no real story reason is actually considerably weaker than when he defeated us, because like he went from 7,500 HP to 3,000. I mean, he's still very, very fast, and his attacks are pretty strong, but he's not just going to completely wipe the floor with us. Well, he's going to wipe the floor with Fumi, though. Now we really get to jam out to the Sinistral boss theme for a bit, too, here. So Gades has two different types of physical attacks and then an AoE attack called Destructo Wave. We really kind of want to see Destructo Wave the most because it's his least threatening attack. That's what we don't want to see, but fortunately that completely filled up Maxim's IP. But if he does it again, then that's really bad. It's kind of the main way that this fight can kind of spiral out of control, other than just getting a lot of repeated melee attacks in the same people, is just not giving Maxim IP to keep using Stronger, which is the best healing move I have. Which unfortunately now I can't do in the next turn.
Now we do have a miracle to get Decker back up, so we are able to keep going and recover from this.
And we do keep the buffs, as we mentioned earlier, so... Not like we're starting from zero again.
Losing that IP for Dakar is really painful, though. I'm only doing a two-way Stronger, too, just mainly just for Maxim's benefit if he gets hit, so that he's capable of tanking another hit afterwards. All right, there we go. know it's getting serious not only when you have that ginormous sprite that's like the size of a final boss in a lot of other RPGs, but then you've got that really slow death animation too. All right, so yeah, and one thing we unfortunately didn't get to do too is actually use Guy's Holy Energy IP attack from his weapon on Gades, which would have done about 750 damage, which is quite a bit. That requires getting fairly lucky with just how the fight plays out for taking damage but not dying. All right, so Gades, even though we've defeated him, had one last trick up his sleeve, which is actually a recurring theme in this game. We beat a boss or some other kind of story antagonist, and then that person has a nasty trick in store to try to take us down with them. And in this case, it was actually activating the Doomsday device in this tower to try to sink Parcelite Island. But there's conveniently a means of turning that off. It located within this tower, which we basically just go into these two rooms and use tools for. And then after we've disabled the Doomsday weapon, we're actually going to have about 5 minutes of downtime before we get to start playing again. And I believe we have some special stuff planned for that. And for here, we just need both sets of tiles to be the same as far as which ones you stepped on. All right, so before we kick it off with our announcements, I'll just say that we saved Parcelite, but kind of the energy being released there injures Maxim pretty badly, and he's kind of all seems to be lost. But then Iris shows up and saves him and sends him back to Parcelite. And at this point, we actually have a time skip where Maxim reunites with Salon, and kind of Tia is watching from a distance and kind of realizes that Maxim and Salon kind of belong together just because they've got kind of the same feelings as far as kind of wanting to travel and fight the Sinistrals, whereas Tia kind of realizes that she's only that she wants Maxim to stop fighting and go home and be safe, and that kind of she realizes it's kind of it's for the best for her to take off at this point, unfortunately.
So dowolf, we got 5 minutes. Let's get some snacks.
Yeah, I need to stretch my...
And then we have Maxim and Salon get married, and then we find out what happens over the next year. So yeah, I guess what have we got next while we're watching that?
Hey,
Why, hello, Sant.
How are you doing, my fellow RPG buddy?
I'm doing good.
You look like you might be in need of something to do for about 5 minutes or so, right?
Yep, about 3 at this point, but yeah.
Well, good news for you, Puwexil, because I've got prizes for you. Good news for the audience, because Lufia 2 is the start of a whole new prize block. You got to get your donations in to be entered into all of these amazing prizes we have. And Puwexil, I picked out a selection especially for you tonight. I've got prizes from every game that I could find that you've done speedruns of.
Ooh, nice.
Let me pull them out here for you real quick. So first off, obviously from the current run here, we've got Maxim, Tia, and Salon Pearlers, courtesy of Pearl Pop. These are absolutely lovely. Big fans of these Pearlers. Very clean melt on them. Look just like the sprites in game. How could you not like them, you know?
Nice.
And I know you spent a good bit of time with Earthbound, so I have this lovely...
I played it a few times.
Yeah, you might have run the game once or twice, right?
Fuzzy Pickles.
We've got this lovely picture here of the 8 guardians of the 8 sanctuaries. Yeah.
Nice.
Super cool little print there. Now, and of course, you are not a big Final Fantasy guy. You are the Final Fantasy guy. I think everyone in the room can agree on that. And speaking of Final Fantasy, Puwexil, the next FF Relay's coming up, right? Mm-hmm. So you know what? We've got some lovely charms here. We've got Mog, we've got Chocobo, we've got Tonberry, just like the teams in the Relay. I need your prediction right now. Who's winning this year? I'm putting you on the spot.
Let's go Chocobo. I don't think they've won
All
recently.
right, Puwexil believes in Chocobo. Personally, I'm going to be on the fourth charm, which is Team Carbuncle. That's the team I start myself when they won't let me play Type 0. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. Also from Final Fantasy, we've got some lovely 14-themed items like the Starbird pin from Watson and this adorable Grahatia hat from Chaobu. It's great. How can you not like the Grahatia?
Nice.
It's adorable. It's lovely.
The ears have me sold.
We've got so many wonderful prizes. You should definitely get in a $50 donation during this run if you haven't, because that's going to get you entered into this one-of-a-kind piece of chainmail art here of Kefka from FF6 in all of his clown glory. Beautiful. Lovely laugh there, Puwexil.
Yep.
This thing, 6.4 thousand rings of interlocking chainmail.
Nice.
An incredible piece. Make sure to get those donations in. Get in 50 if you can. Get in 100 to be entered for everything that we've got running today. Get in those donations for the amazing cause that is Doctors Without Borders. Get in those donations to see the arbitrary code execution run by Puwexil after this. You don't want to miss it. And make sure to get in those donations to wish Puwexil a happy birthday, because we love you, man. Love working with you. Love watching you speed run. And it's just great to be around. Now,
thank you.
I think I got to run away before your commentators come back and catch me here with these prizes. But take it easy and good luck on the run.
Oh, thanks, Ent. All right, so after the kind of the year-long time skip, we're just have some kind of humorous vignettes of Maxim settling down in Parcelite with Salon. They actually have a baby named Gyros. Unfortunately, things very quickly fall apart at this point, where we find out that Idura is still on the loose, even though we think we beat his boss, Gades. And he actually kidnaps our son and takes him to a nearby lighthouse. So this time it's personal.
Yeah, so we didn't miss anything important while we were out, right?
Yeah. There's
Yeah, I
a
think
really
I
great
blacked out for a
backstage
few
with
minutes. So you all were still on the couch, right? No, nothing different happened.
All right, so pretty important safety save there, just to remove any kind of possibility of potentially having to refight Gades and go through the time jump again. But now we actually have to do the next dungeon with just Maxim and Salon, the North Lighthouse, which kind of like we talked about earlier, when we're short on characters, that limits our options as far as which rows they can be in, and that makes it so that we really, really don't want to get unwanted fights here, because there's especially some horse-type enemies here that can kill Salon in one turn, potentially. So this I like to call the Super Mario Brothers 3 puzzle, just because it reminds me so much of the Spade mini-game in Super Mario Brothers 3. We just need to match each pattern. Unfortunately, the solution's the same every time. I use a solution that's optimized both to solve it fast, but also to kind of end on the west side of the room, so because that's where I need to go next. There's a couple rooms here I just like to think of. There's enemies that are hiding inside the marquee text for what floor of the lighthouse we're on, like that last one there.
Yeah, they'll hide enemies in creative places. Sometimes they're hiding behind pillars and can jump out behind and sneak up on you. A lot of mean tricks this game can play at times.
Yeah, thankfully, if you know they're there, you can hit them with your arrows before you can see them.
Yeah, like there was, we didn't really talk about it specifically, but like back in the Treasure Sword I did where I fought the clowns, there was a hallway I had to go through where there's basically very, very aggressive goblins that are trying to ambush you from behind the pillars. But if you know they're there, you can just get the drop on them instead.
Yeah. That puzzle, I don't know how you're supposed to actually track where the right tiles are, but thankfully, if you get it wrong, it'll just reset the room, and you can just try again until you finally get it right.
Trial and error.
Yeah, it turns out it's always the same solution now, so you don't even have to track the puzzles.
So it's not like super common to exit out of a dungeon before I've actually finished it, because like we were talking about with 10 Bell Tower where I fought Camus earlier, whenever you leave a dungeon and then re-enter, any puzzle elements that you've solved or switches that you've pushed get reset and you have to do them again. But like the layout in this place, once we have the key, we're going to a completely different side of the tower, so resetting stuff doesn't matter. like resetting the Super Mario Brothers 3 puzzle just because we're not going through that room again. So make a detour here to pick up a B rock, which is a jewel that it gives you extra agility, even more so than the eagle rock. Like I think Gyre mentioned earlier, agility is a pretty important stat in this run because it controls turn order. There's a lot of fights where I really, really want a certain character to be faster than others or faster than the boss. Like in particular, my healer.
It's disappointing it only gives you agility. I hope to give you Bs.
Yeah.
Not too many. Just a reasonable number
Just
of
a
bees,
reasonable
right?
number of bees, yes. And then the B rock also has a useful IP ability called Immobilize, which gives you a chance to paralyze enemies. So I throw the B rock onto Salon, and then that plus the Phasa shield that Maxim has from Gades' tower lets me outspeed Idura, who I'm about to fight here for the first of 3 times. Idura has a very, very smug face that you learn to love when you play this game.
Learn to punch, or love to punch.
So Idura, is, in addition to being slow, doesn't really have that much health, just because this is a boss that you only have 2 characters plus your capsule monster for, so they don't really want to make it too difficult. But more so than any other fight in the game, if Idura summons a Gloon, it needs to die immediately because one of them can one-shot Salon even for max health. But they're weak against lightning, so I'm able to clean them up pretty efficiently with Salon's either having both of them cast the flash spell or Salon using using her IP ability from her ring to cast Bolt, which is even better.
Yeah, after a couple of more advanced fights, this feels more like Rio Goblin or one of the earlier fights of the game. Just the summons coming in, the rather basic attack patterns, but it is a little bit dangerous if it gets kind of chained over and over again. So we are hopefully going to be keeping Idra most under control here.
Yeah, the Plasma Blaster unfortunately does more damage than I'm healing. So if he does it several times in a row, like there, if I hadn't healed with Maxim, it might have killed Tia there.
Oh, that's 66, definitely.
All right, but fortunately, the IP I got from that let me finish him off. Because of how low his health is, that fight can be done in like 3 or 4 turns if it plays out really, really well, as far as like Idura just punching Maxim and giving him lots of IP quickly. All right, so then we've rescued our son Gyros, and then leave him in the care of Salon's aunt to watch while we go, because we don't really know who Idura is working for now, but we know that the world isn't really at peace, so we're gonna go try to find out what's going on and how we can stop it. So while we're doing that, and then getting reunited with Guy and Dakar with some pretty hilarious dialogue in the process too. What have you got for us, Fu?
Alrighty, well, first up, we are over $5,000 now toward that $15,000 we need to see that bonus ace run, so don't forget about that. I feel like I'm being too loud right now for this time of night, but you know what? I'm excited. So so let's get into a couple of donations for you. $25 from Vivi.B, who says, I may have never seen this game before, but I'm excited to see the world's hardest puzzle and to see the ace run. Let's push for that goal. Also, happy birthday, puwexil.
Thank you.
And well done to everyone at GDQ for your amazing work, as well as everyone at Doctors Without Borders. Trans rights and hype. We still got some late night hype. Let's go. Very glad to be a first-time donator. We have another first-time donator, $10 from Cannon, who says, first-time donator, donating for my main dude, Dakar. My love is my sword.
Yeah.
Nice time.
That was so perfectly timed too, because one of the more memorable conversations in the game there is where the guy is kind of bragging that he has a girlfriend named Jessie, and Dakar doesn't have a girlfriend, and then Dakar just says, "Well, my love is my sword," and then the guy hits him back by saying, "I would stay away from thoughts like that."
That really was perfect timing.
All right, so when we head into Allen here, we're just going to sell off a bunch of loose stuff that we don't actually need anymore. Let's see, that,
Yeah, we did pick up this actual stronger spell, so we'll no longer need to rely on an IP to get that stronger healing spell. We can just cast it whenever we want.
And then we pick up a big stack of ice balls, which is it's a consumable combat item that does ice damage. And we have several upcoming bosses that are weak to ice, so we're going to be putting those to use. And then this is a sequence tier 2 where we actually don't need to talk to anybody or watch any cutscenes in order to progress the story. So we just do our shopping and then we just head straight for Phantom Tree Mountain, the next dungeon. Oh yeah, that enemy, by the way, is called a torrent, which is it's supposed to be a treant, but yeah, the English translation for this game has a couple issues. All right, so then, and also why we're coming here too is that we're kind of running out of places to look for Idura and the Sinistrals on the continent we're on. So we're going to look for a ship to take us to the eastern continent in the world, but there aren't any yet. So we find out that there's a famous shipbuilder named Jayad in the town we were just at that could build us a ship, but we need a very, very special tree to build the best kind of ship called the Phantom Tree, which conveniently grows on top of this nearby mountain. So we're looking both for the tree to build the ship and then a person to build it for us. And that's a really, really bad pattern there. So I'm just going to retry the room. I need to respect, we need to respect the bees too, just because...
Yeah, we mentioned it before, but at this point in the game, random encounters could very easily wreck us, so we do not want to take any chances.
Yeah, because those bee enemies, in addition to moving kind of erratically, if you actually get into a fight with them, they're very fast, and I believe they have AoE attacks too, and I really, really don't want them to kill Salon, because when you die again, you lose all IP, and that would be really, really bad for the next boss. This is way worse luck than I've had in a long time with this room. Alright, well this isn't too dangerous. It's really the bee I'm worried about. Our first time getting to hear the pretty majestic mountain theme of Lufia 2. That's kind of one of several kind of snake-style puzzles where you can't step on the same tile twice. And that time you have to actually specifically fill all of them up.
Arrows are basically the regular arrow but on fire, so it'll do things like destroy bushes.
Yep.
Just objectively cooler.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you can't like hurt enemies outside of battle with them or anything as much fun as that would be.
Yeah, and we can burn the vines, but we could already slash the vines as you just saw, so...
Yeah, the fire arrow lets you like burn an entire row of bushes or other burnable objects too. So it's going to be another usage of the reset glitch again, where there's some cases where if I like step on a switch and then step off of the switch, it'll undo whatever I did there. And that's a clue that I need to like put a jar or block or something on the switch. But if I cast the reset spell, then the game isn't going to undo whatever the switch did. And that's a very minor time save as far as saving having to push another block. But kind of more importantly, it let me warp back to the start of the room, save movement. This hookshot puzzle room here, I think, is like a nice sample of how diverse the enemy AI is in this game. Because you've got the bees who have pretty kind of erratic and random movement. The lizard men who are really kind of gnomes that kind of amble towards you, and then. Or I'm sorry, those actually move perpendicular to you, so they're no threat whatsoever. And then you have the mudmen who kind of amble towards you and are easy to stun. We're setting off the weight limit on an elevator, basically. Luring that mudman to follow us. All right, and we reach the top of the mountain and find Jayad. He's found the tree, but there's, well... Yeah, there's a tough monster up ahead that we need to take care of first. And did I say monster? Actually, it's monsters. Actually, we have to fight 2 lions, although they look kind of more like saber-toothed tigers.
And like real life saber-toothed tigers, they're weak to the cold.
And they're also susceptible to being paralyzed. This is why I wanted to come out of the first Idura fight with a lot of IP on Salon, so she can use the B-Rock IP skill to try to paralyze the lions. So unfortunately, I don't find out right now if it worked on either of them. I have to kind of wait until the end of the turn. Unfortunately, I got neither of them. So now I'm basically just going to turtle at this point and going to dual cast the stronger spell until I've beaten one of the lions. They have 1,000 HP, which isn't really that much, but when both of them are up and attacking me, it's pretty dangerous. So yeah, optimally, assuming one or both of them got paralyzed, I'd be able to have Maxim and Salon do other stuff too, like potentially use the IP ability from Maxim's sword or cast the Blizzard spell with Salon. But until I've beaten one of the lions, I really just need to just keep healing. Okay. So now that that's out of the way, we'll get Salon back up and then just be a bit more aggressive. Yeah, I could have gone for that earlier too, because people just tuning in. The capsule monster system is kind of this game's equivalent of Pokemon, even though this game came out 2 years before the first Pokemon game. And capsule monsters aren't normally used in the speed run, but I'm doing one in this marathon run for some safety, because there's chances where the capsule monster may soak up a hit and spare one of my other characters from taking damage.
There's also time when the capsule monster might wake up a sleeping enemy or other things, so it's not a pure win, but for the most part, it's going to be probably an advantage to have an extra target on the screen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and part of why it's definitely not done in the normal run is that it does cost time, not just from detouring to recruit the capsule monster, but it taking actions in combat, and then you have extra level up messages too. So it does cost a couple minutes over the course of the run, but for a marathon, no resets showing like this, I wanted to do it for a little bit of extra safety. All right, so with the lions down, we find the special tree to make our ship out of, and then Jayad goes off to build it.
He says it'll take a couple days. This is literal. We need to go sleep in the inn a couple days.
Yeah.
Not once, but twice.
Yep, and then Dakar and Guy kind of have a macho rivalry type thing going on right now. So they basically go off to party for 48 straight hours. Because we'll see once they rejoin that they actually do not get healed from these mandatory in stays during this part. All right, so while I get introduced to the ship here and ride on it, probably fit in a few donations here.
Absolutely. All right, we have $50 from Shy Ranger, who says, "Seize prizes." Fine, I'll donate again. Maybe I'll win one of those characters and they can team up with my Nasir Perler from the Lagoon run from years ago and teach him how to be a good RPG character.
Step 1, to get a sword that's longer than your arm.
Alrighty, and then we have $50 coming back in from Sporadic Erratic once again, who says, "How can I not donate after seeing all of those beautiful prizes? Happy birthday again, puwexil."
Thank you.
Thank you again. Oh, thank you for gifting all of us this amazing run, putting this towards unlocking that ace run. That's right, we are over 34% now, $5,152 out of the $15,000 that we need by the end of the run. Don't forget that.
All right, so we're making a detour here to an optional town called Gruberic, which is the home of a very, very special place called the Ancient Cave, and a little public service announcement here too. Once you're hooked in the Ancient Cave, you're stuck in the city for a long, long time. So the Ancient Cave is it's another thing about this game that made it so ahead of its time, because the Ancient Cave is it's kind of this game's post-game content where you have a 99 or randomly generated dungeon where you you can only kind of use equipment that you find in the cave out of a really, really large kind of pool of randomly populated chests. And it's very, very difficult compared to the main story too. And once you've beaten both the game and the New Game Plus mode, you can actually unlock what's called Gift Mode, which lets you play the Ancient Cave independently of the main game and have free control over your party too, which you can't do in the normal game. And in the speedrun community, actually doing speedruns of the Ancient Cave is actually a lot more popular and competitive than the main story, just because it's a much shorter run. It's a lot less predictable, and there's multiple tournaments each year from the Ancient Cave community. So yeah, it's definitely a good time. But yeah, the reason why we went there was to actually just to go to that item shop to buy some items called Sleep Balls, which is a consumable combat item that's 100% guaranteed sleep against anything that's not just immune to sleep. And that's gonna, even though that's about a minute out of the way, we get that back and more over a couple fights coming up. Some more macho rivalry going on here. We're kind of after we kind of witnessed this kind of spooky event too, where we heard this this flute melody coming from another one of our nearby towers that lured a bunch of young women to. And like we said earlier, because Dakar and Guy were technically out at the party when we stayed at the inn, they didn't get any healing out of it. So.
Oh, they were in the party.
Oh yes. 48 hours of nonstop partying. Spaced out and bonked into this enemy here. It's this is an enemy that just moves based on your movement, so it's there isn't really any so I don't have an antidote, do I? I'll have to deal with that later. Yeah, you can cure status conditions at churches and towns, so I'll eventually be able to fix up Dakar. It just means having some annoying poison ticks during battles.
And nothing's happening while he's walking around here, so it's only in battle that it's going to have even a slight effect.
And
it's still 2 HP, right?
It's random for the amount.
Yeah, it's generally single digits though, which is nothing at this point. And this tower has a lot of teleporting wizards in it, and they're rough too if you get into fights with them, because they're faster than you, and they have a spell with a slow animation that could potentially instantly kill characters too. So it's a bad time for everyone. Like Final Shadow, I think it's called. These samurai enemies have kind of interesting AI too, where every other step they alternate between moving in a random direction and moving towards you.
You'll definitely notice as we get further into the game that the enemy AI tends to be a lot more aggressive about homing in on you, seeking out where your characters are, and even sometimes they'll just be super fast. Like we'll see some ninjas that can go like 2-3 times your speed. For every step you take, they're going to go way across the screen. So being able to dodge things at this point is becoming a much more important skill, because any fight that you get into could be one that is very difficult to defeat.
Yeah, like that octopus right there is very, very dangerous if I get it, because it has an attack called 8-legger, which is an AoE attack that does a lot of damage, and if enough of them do it, I could potentially wipe. It's going the wrong way here. But that one just kind of follows along the corner of walls and obstacles and stuff, and just for whatever reason, swinging my sword like that kind of baits it to leave me alone. All right, and then this is a very special room here too, where there's a puzzle where you're expected to move some statues around, but doing this very specific sequence of movements with the bomb there, I'm actually able to completely skip the puzzle. Just setting off a bomb in a very specific way where the explosion just overrides the game, pushing me away from the statue through like a wind effect. Because this category I'm running is no major glitches, no manipulation, but it's not glitchless. There are glitches here and there that I'm going to be taking advantage of to like speed up puzzles or skip like a room or a couple rooms in a dungeon. The two major glitches that are banned in this category let you skip very large swaths of the story. And made a detour to pick up an ice ring, kind of like the thunder ring. It'll boost ice damage, which is going to be really important for Salon since she has the blizzard spell now, which is tier 2 ice damage. And I also swapped the jewels to basically to make Maxim faster and Salon smarter. That last puzzle room I just kind of primarily view as an excuse to get some exercise. Just have to run back and forth a couple times. All right, so we found the kidnapped ladies who are yet another of Idura's traps to lure us into this magical cage that he has the escape spell blocked. And then he kind of reveals to us too that there's 4 Sinistrals and that he was kidnapping these ladies to try to use their blood as a sacrifice to resurrect Hades. That's why this place is called the Tower of Sacrifice.
Well, that was easy.
Yep. He just kind of gave up. And be ready for a really amazing sound effect. I just love it. That dissonant piano slam there when Dakar realizes that he fell into Idura's trap yet again. But fortunately, Idura didn't quite build a strong enough cage to really keep Dakar imprisoned. And the game's over. Here we go. All right, so then this is where those sleep balls that we picked up in Ruberic, the town by the ancient cave, come in handy. Because Idura, despite being a boss, is actually susceptible to some status conditions like sleep. And since the sleep balls are guaranteed to work on anything that's not just immune to it, I'm able to stun lock Idura so that he only gets 1 attack, which he used to take out Fumi. So after I use the Phase Shield IP to buff Maxim's agility by 40%, now he's faster than the boss, and I can put him to sleep every turn. Get to freeze that smug face of Idura there.
Here's one instance where Fumi could be somewhat trolly if the Fumi punch wakes up Idura at the end of the round.
Yeah, notice how Idura's sprite is bobbing up and down too. That's a cue that he's still asleep, because enemies that are asleep can either naturally wake up at the end of a turn, in which case the game tells you, but they can wake up in response to taking damage too, and the game does not tell you in that case. Yeah, and like Gyre said, if you have a capsule monster, that's more chances to wake up Idura here. So the fact that he took him out actually helps me. Not just for that, but just I don't have to sit through Fumi's attack animations too. All right, so that's Idura 2 down.
Yeah, 2 turns to sleep. That was really kind.
Yeah. We're actually not going to have a convenient opportunity to depoison Dakar, so we're just going to roll with it. Get some more, another kind of goofy cutscene where all of the significant others of the kidnapped girls come to rescue them. And then we have some totally not foreshadowing dialogue here with Dakar getting really cocky and saying he's invincible. And while we head off to the next dungeon where we're going to basically try to rescue Iris, who was captured by Idura, let's have a few words from our host.
Awesome. Alrighty. Well, before I kind of poof like Fumi, let me just pop in a $250 donation from Eggplant Parma, who says, love seeing Lufia at GDQ. I've never gotten to play Lufia 2, except for the DS remake, which looks nothing like this.
No.
That is a true statement.
And we also have $50 from Uvari, who says, happy birthday, puwexil,
thank you.
and anyone else whose birthday is today. And with that, I am going to disappear just like Fumi for the rest of the evening. But thank you so much for having me. You all, this has been such a pleasure, as always, to be hosting with GDQ. So you'll just have to catch me on stage being silly with the rest of my interview team. But being a host is such a treat. It's such an honor. So thank you all again. Have a wonderful rest of your night and enjoy Miss Babs, who's coming on in just a moment and is going to do a fantastic job hanging out with you, puwexil, and the team.
Thank you very much, Fu, for helping us out here. We've got a lot of cutscenes for this game, and these donations really help. And it helps get us towards our donation goals, which I believe we are still working on the Ace bonus run after this game is done. You can see that this is entirely done in 51 seconds.
Yep.
Yeah, and you want to see that. It is a treat.
It's a treat, yeah. All right, so then we made a detour there to pick up the Dakar blade, which, like the name kind of implies, is a weapon only Dakar can use, and it is his strongest weapon. Unfortunately, because of Dakar dying to Gades and then not really getting enough IP back from the Lions, we're not going to get to use its IP ability, Fatal Blow, which would save a lot of time on the next boss fight. But we're going to be using it anyway for just for raw damage. All right. So here, this can decide that ghost can teleport because I messed up my movement a little bit here. So I do a really specific sequence of bombs and hook shots here in order to keep the ghost completely locked down so it can't actually potentially teleport on top of me. Get Dakar set up with the Dakar blade and then also just a jewel and ring to boost his strength. We have our third and final showdown with Idura here. Not really too different from the second one. Optimally, it's the shortest fight because we're able to use Dakar's IP ability, Fatal Blow, to take out half of his health. But unfortunately, we're just going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. Oof, that's the worst thing you can do other than calling Moon is to confuse somebody. We do have items to take care of that, though. Thanks for not attacking yourself, guy. All right, then we're going to do that same kind of sleep lock strategy with with buffing Maxim's agility so that he's faster than Idura, and then since the sleep ball is guaranteed to work, we're just putting him to sleep every turn. I like how the item for curing the confused status in this game is called Shriek. You're basically yelling, "Stop hitting me!" That's kind of what I envisioned it. All right, so you've kind of seen this fight before. We're just keeping an eye on if Idura's sprite is kind of bobbing up and down during the ready phase between turns to see if he's still asleep or if I need to throw another sleep ball. So I guess while we're wrapping up this fight, why don't we hear from our new host?
Absolutely. My name's Hockey Babbler. I'm really excited to be here for the rest of the evening with you. I've got some great donations coming in. It looks like we've got the Ace train coming. We've got a $10 donation from Mr. CLFN who says, "All aboard the Ace train." We've also got a $5 donation from Space Exploring Unit who says, "Choo choo, all aboard. Ace Express leaving the station, $5 a ticket." I've also got a $5 donation, I guess, ticket also, from Magister 187 who says, "Oh, darn it, a train." As well as a $10 donation from Backside of Water, who says, "2 tickets to the Ace donation train, please. Choo choo." Gotta love that Jungle Cruise reference. I will take it.
All right, so that's our third and final fight with Idura, who just kind of seemingly is perished at that point. And then if we'd have gone to the town of Kowloon nearby, I mean, we would have found out that he kidnapped Iris, which was kind of our main reason for coming here. But now, like a lot of antagonists in this game, Idura has a last trick up his sleeve where he's kind of disabled our escape spell and trapped us in this shrine and is trying to collapse it with some kind of self-destruct mechanism. So we're going to try to find another way out. Oh yeah, and pay no attention to having just de-equipped Dakar at that point. He unfortunately didn't do his job against Idura as far as having enough IP to use Fatal Blow to have his health on the first turn, so we need to confiscate his gear for safekeeping.
Probably also not a coincidence that he got his final and most powerful weapon with a few hours left to go in the speedrun.
So we find the crystal ball that kind of Idura had set up to trap us in the shrine. But Descartes let his guard down, and a random dragon hurt him, and then some other monsters along with Idura's ghost show up, and then Descartes unfortunately sacrifices himself to let us escape. A very sad moment both in the story and also in the speedrun because of just how good a character Descartes is. All right, so with that, now we're able to proceed on to the next town. Got a couple cutscenes where we're starting to get introduced to Lexus, who's our next playable character, and then I guess kind of story-wise too, we're again kind of running low on places we can go to on foot, and even though we got our own ship to bring us to this continent, it's kind of more of a ferry that can only take us in between some fixed locations, and we actually want a ship that we can go anywhere with. So in order to do that, we actually need an engine, because I guess the ferry just uses the wind. So we're going to go meet an eccentric scientist nearby called Lexus, who's going to help us build that engine. And then we're also eventually going to head back to our friend Jayad in order to build a new ship that's equipped to use the engine. So while all of that is going on, what have you got for us, Babs?
Absolutely. I've got a $50 donation from Anonymous, who seems to be getting onto that ACE incentive donation train with a big choo-choo. That's 10 tickets for the donation train. So let's get another one. I've got a $5 donation from Names Are Silly, who says, one more ticket for the train, please. Got time for a couple more?
Oh yeah, we've actually got a couple minutes here.
Fantastic. I love to hear that. So Jeff got a $250 donation from Anonymous, who says, the Ancient Cave was the first speedrun I attempted somewhat seriously, and I always enjoy Puwexil's runs at GDQs, so let's get that ace run. And happy birthday, Puwexil. That's right. And don't forget, when you're making those donations through gamesdonequick.com/donate, don't forget to click on that add incentive button at the bottom of the page before you submit your donation. That way we can get things like the bonus ace run at the end of this game unlocked. Like this donation from Lord Aswell, a $100 donation that says, let's see that ace run. Got a $25 donation from Gyneus, who says, long-time watcher, first-time donator, finally. Lufia 2 is one of my favorite underrated games of all time. Had to donate for this gem. Let's start a $5 donation train for that ace bonus run, chat. Here we found the originator of the hype train. Let's go.
Yeah, Lufia 2 is a lot of people's favorite RPG, and this has got a little bit of a historical context to it. In Europe, so many RPGs didn't ever get a release. They missed out on a lot of the Final Fantasy series, but the Lufia series, they got Lufia games in there, and that was one of the reasons why you'll often have people that didn't get access to so many of these until much later in life, but they loved Lufia when they were growing up.
I think it was only Lufia 2 in Europe.
Yeah, at least as far as the good Lufia games, yeah.
Yes.
Not sure about the later ones, but yeah, I mean, it's a really kind of interesting story too, because this is Lufia 2, but when it was released in Europe and Australia, it was just called Lufia because they did not release the first game, Lufia and the Fortress of Doom. And it makes it kind of a little awkward too, as far as how the game's even called Lufia in the first place, because Lufia is the name of one of the main characters from the first game, and she's not in this game at all, except as a kind of an Easter egg at the very end of the credits. So, yeah, they had to rename a certain sword that's integral to the plot after Lufia in order to kind of invent a reason to call the game Lufia. That's also another thing too, is that the Japanese name for this is Espolus Denki, or like biography of Espolus. So yeah, just Lufia is just a purely English localization.
Yeah, Espolus is just the name of the world that this game takes place in.
All right, so then we were talking much earlier on about how the IP special attack system that we're using on a lot of fights, and is kind of it's the backbone for this speedrun, really, as far as using IP abilities to kind of replace having proper levels and gear in a lot of cases. It's very similar to limit breaks from like Final Fantasy 7 and 8. So I like to joke at this point that not only did Squaresoft, later Square Enix, kind of borrow the concept of IP to make limit breaks, but then they also borrowed this character named Lufia, who's a poor flower seller to make Aerith or Eris, depending on your preference, in Final Fantasy 7. So what's going on here kind of has the trappings of a side quest, I feel like, where we kind of take some pity on Lufia, who's poor and is supporting her family by selling flowers that she picks on a nearby mountain, and she's kind of worked herself into illness. So we're gonna go look for a very rare, pretty flower on that mountain to help her out, and that kind of has the trappings of a side quest. But we need to do that before Jayad and Lexus finish building the ship. Kind of an unfortunate overworld encounter there, because every time I open and close the menu here, I'm getting at least 4 safe steps before I might get into an overworld encounter. And we're at a point in the game where actually getting into an overworld encounter would be pretty dangerous, as we saw with those kind of somewhat weaker versions of the boss lions I fought earlier. So we get our final tool called the hammer, although it's really kind of more of a morning star. It's got kind of a short range, but you can actually use it while moving if you use the L button to fire it, and you can push stuff around like this pillar here, and you can also use it to break open most of the bombable walls in the game too, which is faster than having to wait for a bomb to go off. All right, so we have a stun the other plant enemy in time, but yeah, that room can be a little dicey to deal with sometimes, depending on what the Tengu enemy on top does exactly. Get kind of just an invisible maze here. The solution is actually different depending on which entrance you come in from. And then right here, this is a pretty nasty room as far as just having so many enemies in close quarters. And we very much want this chest here that has a nice weapon for Guy that's going to be useful against a few upcoming fights. And then if I have an opening at that point, I'll take it as far as being able to get out. But since I didn't have that, I cast the reset spell and did that setup there in order to sneak out without getting caught. All right, so now that we have the dungeon keys, again, every dungeon in this game, for the most part, has a key that we need to find in order to get to the end. Now we're just going to start heading towards the boss. In a normal speedrun, I would go into that room on the top there to grab a weapon for Guy called the Flying Axe. It's a great name for it. It's called the Flying Axe because it's effective against flying enemies for a boss fight later on. Because the world's most difficult trick incentive has been met, and thanks to everybody for donating for that, I'm actually going to be getting a better weapon for that same boss as a prize for solving the world's most difficult trick. This room's pretty rough sometimes because of 3 different teleporting enemies. Alright, so throwing the burn sword, which is kind of just a much upgraded version of the fire dagger I had earlier on Guy, along with some accessories to boost his attack power. And now we find out that the pretty flower we're looking for, it's being guarded by a hostile flower called Rogue Flower. This is the third and final boss that we're going to be cheesing out with the sleep balls, and this one is actually slow enough that we don't even need to use to buff Maxim's agility. Ideally, I use Battle Lust twice on Guy because Rogue Flower has 3,000 health, so as long as I have Guy doing at least 500 damage per hit, then I can take it down in 6 hits. And that's just the fastest way to win, really. I could try to do fire elemental attacks, but like casting the fireball spell is a slow animation, so we just kind of let Guy solo it here. And hope that Fumi doesn't wake up the flower and proc a counterattack, which has happened a few times in practice runs. And again, the way I'm able to tell if the flower is still asleep is if it's bobbing up, it's just up and down. Like here, it's stationary, so we know it's awake. All right.
I think Fumi carried that fight.
Yep, Fumi tried to get the kill there. All right, so then we find the flower. As well, we go back and turn in the flower and then get our ship to move on. Let's hear some words from our host.
Absolutely. I've got a few more tickets for that ACE incentive train. $5 from Bethany, who says, I'm not entirely sure what the ACE incentive entails, but as an asexual, I can't not board the ACE train. Choo-choo! As well as a $100 donation from Deniable Credibility, who says, I'll take 20 tickets to the ACE train. Wait, ACE is the name of the run? It's not an ACE Pride train? Well, 20 tickets to whatever train you got. As long as Puwexil's the conductor, you know it'll be good. Choo-choo! And just to clarify for everyone who's not entirely sure, the bonus ACE run is completing a bonus arbitrary code execution, or ACE run of Lufia 2.
Yeah, just to clarify, I mean, my estimate for this no major glitches, no manipulation run with the world's most difficult trick is 4 hours and 25 minutes. The world record for Lufia 2 any percent, also known as ACE, is 51 seconds. If you want to see how you can beat this game that fast, you need to meet that incentive, and then we'll be showing that off after the run.
You know, that's just a little bit shorter than the main run, isn't it? We got time for a few more?
Yep, yeah, we get our ship at this point called the
great.
Exarian, which is kind of it's kind of a sloppily translated shortened version of Excellent Lion, and we're able to sail off. But then we kind of quickly find out that we're actually stuck inside this inner sea area where there's a water gate that's sealing us in here, and then in order to open the water gate, we have to broker a peace treaty between two kingdoms, one of which controls the water gate. And that as kind of as part of that treaty, the kingdom of Dankirk is giving away a treasure called the Ruby Icon in this version, also known as the Ruby Angel, is what it really is. But then it quickly gets stolen by an as of now unknown party, and we go say hi to our friend Jaffe back in Clemento from much earlier in the game, because he was able to make apples that looked like ruby but were really made of glass, and we're going to go commission him to make a replacement ruby statue. So I guess while we're kind of doing that little bit of fetching here to set up being able to go to the next dungeon, I guess keep it coming, Babs.
Absolutely. I've got a $25 donation from the Stratovarian, who says, been a quiet watcher for a while, loving the many handicrafts being shown and wanted to donate. Lufia 2 is a dang great childhood staple. Have you ever heard about the 7 maxims on highly effective heroes? 1. Recruit a guy. 2. Always explore ancient caves. 3. Never be afraid to go with gusto. 4. There are many excellent folks to talk to for side quests.
I like the reference to the egg dragon too, which is the game's super boss, basically.
Perfect. 5. Valor will always see you through. 6. If things seem bad, you can always rally. 7. Courage will always see you through. Thank you very much, Stratovarian. We've got a $25 donation from YouGamer81 that says, happy birthday, Puwexil. Lufia 2 is one of my favorite Super Nintendo RPGs and one of my favorite soundtracks at that, so I'm stoked to see it at this year's SGDQ. I really hope it can get re-released someday. Amazing run so far. Keep up the great work. Here's hoping we get that bonus ace run. Gadies won't see what's coming. And that's absolutely true. I've been bopping my head to the soundtrack this whole time. This soundtrack is fantastic.
Yeah, so we basically try to kind of use the glass replica of the angel statue to try to keep the peace treaty signing from falling apart. But then I believe it's the queen here kind of sees through the ruse and gets really upset. But then we find out though that somebody named James, who I just kind of assume is the chancellor because chancellors are always evil in JRPGs, was seen with the statue heading towards a nearby labyrinth, which is where we're going next.
You know, who doesn't take their ruby statues to labyrinths? This is completely normal and non-suspicious behavior.
Something I kind of forgot to point out earlier, too, is that from when I stepped on the HP and MP tiles before the final fight with Idura, that kind of started a segment of the run where I need to watch Salon's MP usage pretty carefully because there's a lot of just warping around that I need to do around this point to advance the story to get into this dungeon. And if I use extra MP with Salon to do healing out of battle, then I'll run out basically before my next opportunity to refill it on the go. So if I actually need healing during that leg of the run, I have somebody else do it, like Maxim or Lexus. I'm just using the reset spell to avoid some backtracking there. Dankirk North Cave is one of the longest dungeons in the game, too. I kind of view it as two dungeons stapled together, because once we get to the midpoint, the enemy set and just kind of overall design of the dungeon is going to change in a major way. Friendly flower here that we're going to use to step on this switch for us. And up here we have this siren kind of ambling about here. And this, even though we have the hammer now, which lets us kind of replace bombs for breaking walls, unfortunately that doesn't work on this one because it takes three bombs basically back to back in order to blow it open. You can't use the hammer. So for the first half of Dankirk North Cave, our main objective is to hit 4 crystal switches that progressively lower a barrier that's blocking access to the second half of the dungeon. And here we just need to get our metal gear on and not be seen by that eye on the wall there. All right, so this is as the game calls it, the pile of needles, that barrier there. And there's just 4 separate switches that control it. Because those switches there are off screen, I specifically need the arrows to reach far enough to hit them. So grab a Fury Ribbon, which a future party member is going to be using to get, I believe it's sleep protection. Reveal these hidden eye plates and then use something pointy on them basically to get them to close. If anyone's familiar with one of my other favorite RPGs and past speed games, Illusion of Gaia, this area kind of reminds me of the Sky Garden there, where you're kind of jumping back and forth between kind of the top side and underside of rooms, and kind of this place where you're going up and down and doing stuff that changes the layout of the other room reminds me a lot of that. We have both the dungeon key and a switch. In most of the other dungeons in the game would be like on our way to the boss at this point, but we've still got a fair bit of this place left to go. Again, like a theory I've heard is that like the second half of this dungeon was kind of meant to be part of a later kind of prison escape sequence that we do, but then Neversoft kind of decided to put the rooms here instead. All right, so we're on to the second half. So this is where the enemy set changes, and we start meeting assassins, as it's mistranslated instead of assassin. They move very, very fast and aggressively, so we need to be really careful. And we get the Figaro, which, what is that exactly, Dowolf?
Yeah. Excuse me, yeah, it's fig organ, or fig orgel, excuse me, in Japanese. So the fig music box, roughly. Not quite sure how that became Figaro in the English version.
I mean, in our menu, it's the figurers, so
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
it keeps changing.
Yeah, let's actually, this is there's some pretty good glitched out equipment names we can get here too, like the Eagle Rockle, the Figaro Order, the Iron Mill, the Anchor Braced, B Rockle Mind Ringing. Yeah, it's a cosmetic glitch in the US version of Lufia 2, where when you use the L and R buttons to page back and forth between party members' equipment, the game doesn't clear out the text in the fields that was there before. So if you're replacing a short, kind of a long piece of equipment name with a shorter one, then weird stuff happens. But it's purely cosmetic. It doesn't actually affect the game at all. So that's an unavoidable fight with shadows there. And then, the reason I picked up the Figaro is that it's a natural AoE weapon for Lexus. And then I gave him the Undead Ring, which makes physical attacks do the Holy Element. And then the shadows are weak to Holy. So Lexus isn't really going to be with us for very long, but this dungeon is kind of big time to shine.
Yeah, it also has a chance to inflict confuse, which is probably not going to be relevant, but it might be.
It did in my practice run earlier, right before going live here too. It wasn't helpful at all, but it was funny.
I mean, the boss hit itself.
Yep, and it didn't hit me. I mean, so yeah, I guess it would be helpful. Yeah, so this game really loves to have you make arrows. It's like the third instance of that, I think. Kind of a neat thing I guess in air quotes, about these ninja enemies is that here they actually have invisible fences that they can't pass. So knowing where those are is very useful for safety. Had kind of some good luck at the start, but then it ran out. This room right here is horrible for what we call RNG in speedrunning lingo, or good at random elements in the game, because there's a lot of shadows here. The layout of the room makes it possible to avoid all of them but that requires just some very specific movement cycles from them, along with making good decisions on how to react to it. But this is what we have Lexus for, because in a typical run, you usually have to fight 2 more sets of these after the required set of them that was earlier on.
Yeah, and these guys can cast, in 25% AoE insta-kill?
Vile laughter,
yeah. Which thankfully they didn't cast at all. Very kind.
Yep, and hopefully that's the last one. All right, we're through.
Normally you could reset the room if you had bad patterns, but you're so far into it by that point that you might as well just go ahead and do the fight.
Yeah, and and if you did that, it would respawn any that you fought too, which is not cool. We kind of have the same room concept reused twice there, as far as just a room where there's a ninja running at you and then a draconian around the corner. But yeah, we've finally reached the end of Dankirk North Cave, and then kind of for one of the longest dungeons in the game, we get one of the shortest and easiest boss fights in the game too, along with some really silly dialogue here, where we're introducing. We find out basically that James, the Chancellor, was trying to defect to a nearby kingdom called Grazi by giving them the ruby statue, and the Prince of Grazi sicks these soldiers on us, this is a 1-turn fight if we have good IP going in, because they only have 400 hit points each. So I have Maxim, who's faster than them, use the B-Rock to try to paralyze as many of them as possible so that they don't get to attack, and then between all of various kinds of AoE damage, see ya.
Just like how Salon gets stuck with the magical wife nickname for the entire rest of the game.
Yep. I'm totally with her as far as being pretty upset about being introduced like that too. All right, so then all is well now. James is arrested, and the peace treaty is signed. And then we also find out that the prince and princess of the two nearby kingdoms are in love. And kind of the future looks bright for this part of the world. And then, while we're going to actually get that water gate unlocked and proceed in our way, let's have some donations.
Excellent. I've got a $200 donation from Andreen, who says, choo choo, and that we thank you very much for that donation, Andreen. Clearly, Andreen buying tons of tickets for the $5 hype train to get that bonus ace run incentive unlocked. Don't forget, everyone, as you're making your donations, to click that add incentive button at the bottom and add on the unlocking this bonus ace run to your donation. We also have a $5 donation from Logo Man, who says, 1 ticket for the ace train, please. Thank you very much for that. We also have a $25 donation from Realm Sky, who says, had to donate for my favorite SNES RPG that nobody I know has played. Let's get that ace run unlocked. Thank you, Realm Sky. And then a $25 donation from a poor college student, gosh, we've all been there, right? Who says, love watching the event. Thank you so much for your donation. We know that not everyone can afford to make big donations, but every dollar counts. And remember, all of your donations made at gamesdonequick.com/donate are going to Doctors Without Borders, which is an incredibly important cause.
All right, so then once we get out of the water gate, we go to this castle called Farum, where we find out that there's basically that the princess here has a suitor, I believe, named Eric, who's been challenged by the princess to go to a nearby tower to find a jewel that she hid there, and bring that back in order to win her hand in marriage. And then when we talk to who I believe is a guard from this place called Hans, we find out that both that Prince Eric kind of enlisted Hans to go find the jewel for him, so that he doesn't have to lift a finger to marry the princess, and also that the ball of red light, which we know at this point is the Sinistrals, our foes, who are these kind of evil gods trying to terrorize the world, has also been seen landing on that tower. So we're kind of getting a 2-for-1 special here as far as trying to save the princess from having to marry someone she doesn't want to and also try to find one of the Sinistrals.
Yeah, we also picked up some new magic there. So our healing spells so far have been strong and stronger. So of course the next level of the healing spell is Champion.
Champion, yep.
I don't know what else it could possibly be. We also
could be like strong more.
We also picked up Firebird and Ice Falk, which are
just Ice Falk.
Oh, just Ice Falk.
Yeah, we don't get Firebird.
Yeah, which is the most powerful ice attack spell.
Mm-hmm. Really sweet animation too. So compared to Dunkirk North Cave, Farum Northeast Tower is quite short by comparison, but it does have some really dangerous enemy dodging there with those ninjas there. Unlike the assassins in Dunkirk North Cave, the ninjas are even scarier because they have an AoE attack called Knife Thrower that if enough of them use, you could just flat out game over. I'm past 2 of them. There's only 1 more set I have to dodge. And there's also no randomness at all to ninja movement, too. It can be completely manipulated. Just kind of knowing how they aggro and how they chase after you. This is another place where it just works out to be faster to exit out and go back in than to kind of retrace our steps. Especially because having to retrace our steps would mean going through the ninja rooms again.
There's just like a lot of later enemies of the game start having like multiple attacks per round, so it's especially dangerous for them getting a lot of tries in.
All right, so we've got a pretty fun glitch coming up, by the way, too. So with these floaty platforms here, I just kind of make a roundabout loop here, step off, open my menu, and then whee! Just that sequence of movements there lets me just break the collision detection on the pit. And then also pick up the Misto Jewel chest there, which is a gem that raises some stats, including agility, and also has an IP attack that can do instant death. All right, we've reached the top where we find Hans, and then we also find another one of Gaity's fellow Sinistrals, a kind of a gold armor warrior named Ammon. And you kind of think at first this is being set up for a repeat of what happened at Gordovan Tower, where Ammon is going to kind of prove his power by wiping the floor with us, and he does, but in a cutscene instead of an actual fight. And then he just kind of takes off at that point. So kind of the next leg of the game is really just going to be about kind of chasing Ammon around from area to area and trying to stop his schemes. I mean, I love this game and heap a lot of praise on it, but just kind of I feel like a lot of the charm of the stories comes from the character interactions and with NPCs and stuff too, rather than the main overarching story with the 4 Sinistrals.
To some degree, because this ended up being a prequel to the original Lufia. They had to kind of fit the storyline in to explain how Lufia 1 got to be where it was.
Yeah, I do wonder how much they had planned, because like
I wonder that
the prologue
too. Yeah.
of there's a lot of just random beats in the prologue of Lufia 1.
Because in Lufia 1 actually. There's a character named Ryle Shia who's fulfills a lot of the same roles in the story as Lexus does in this game. But when you first find out about him, you're told about Lexus and how Lexus worked with Maxim in the past, and they didn't need to do that actually. Like Lexus has no connection at all to the story, but just the fact that they name drop him like that. As a connection to Maxim makes me just wonder if they were planning on a prequel at the time. So anyway, we find out that this green pebble that we found at the top of the tower is the princess's jewel. It's not a jewel in the conventional sense, but it kind of represents special memories that she has of her childhood with Hans, the guard we were working with earlier. So the prince doesn't believe that it's a jewel and tries to use kind of a precious jewel, and then kind of falls on his face. And with that, actually, before we move on, though, there was a guard that came in that told us that a nearby town called Agurio has been destroyed, and we're going to go rush off to that. And unfortunately, we're too late to save anybody, but we do find Iris there, and this is kind of a turning point in the story too, where Iris tells us about a sword called the Dual Blade, along with kind of the truth of what the Sinistrals are, that they're not like, they're basically kind of beings made of divine energy, and that the giant warrior forms that we're seeing are just kind of containers for that divine energy, and that the Dual Blade will amplify our own spiritual energy to fight the Sinistral on their own terms. So again, while we're getting that lore dump here, let's have some words from Babs.
Absolutely. I've got a $10 donation from Salvo, who says 2 tickets for the Ace Train. Greetings from Australia and shout outs to the meme team. Love you all. Less than 3. We love you right back. Thank you so much for that donation. I've also got a $5 donation from Metal Bear 87, who says choo choo, and specifically that's spelled TSCHUU, which I did not know, but is apparently German for choo choo. So thank you for joining us on that hype train all the way from Germany, I'm assuming. Just as a reminder for everyone else, you want to buy your $5 ticket on the hype train to get that bonus ace run unlocked. We have that incentive open right now. Just make sure to hit the add incentive button at the bottom of the donation page at gamesdonequick.com/donate.
Get some kind of cryptic words too about how Iris has some secrets that she's keeping with us that we'll be finding out eventually.
Yeah, but they're Iris treasures.
Yes. Yeah, the Iris treasures are a beloved component of the ancient cave, by the way. They're pure collectibles that don't do anything by themselves, but they're very, 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 very rare and highly sought after. All right, so pop into this town here to buy some terror balls, which is yet another consumable combat item. This one actually can do instant death on enemies that aren't immune to that, but unlike the sleep ball, it actually only has a 50% chance to work. There's one very specific boss fight that we're going to be using that on, coming up very soon, in fact. I love this scientist lab theme in this game too. It's just so kind of whimsical and mischievous.
And you're also in this lab a lot.
Yes, this lab is going to be kind of our home base for almost the whole rest of the game, because this is where a colleague of Lexus named Dr. Kermo lives and has a much nicer lab than Lexus, as far as it not being in a hidden underground cave and having its own moon pool for doing upgrades to our ship. Then Kermo wants to set us up with an upgrade to our ship to make it a submarine, but unfortunately an elf girl steals the plans and runs away. And unfortunately there's no backup copies of the plans or anything, so we have to go chase them down.
It's a fantasy setting, they don't have copy machines.
Yep. Yeah. Pretty important safety save here, just because the next boss fight's a little on the scary side and there are no save points in the dungeon, at least that I walked past. And then here, I'm actually taking advantage of the fact that getting on and off the ship actually counts as resetting your step counter towards the next overworld encounter, and it's like a hair faster than the loading times for going in and out of the menu.
I don't think we talked about it, but the ship has half the encounter rate of the overworld as well, so
Yep.
you've got a little bit more safety, but I think it's still 4 minimum steps for the time until the next encounter.
Yeah, because the way I understand it too is that when you're getting on and off the ship, the game is re-rolling the number of steps as part of that kind of difference in how the encounter rate on the ocean works.
Yeah, for this dungeon, main puzzle, it's not too obvious. The dragons are all going to basically breathing out breath, and they'll knock you backwards if you try to cross in front of them. It doesn't matter which side you approach from, it'll always knock you back the way you came. So just have to block their line of sights.
Yep.
This is basically the Lolo room of Lufia 2.
Yeah, figuring out how to get to that chest in the middle can take a while, but if we're just purely trying to get to the exit, this is a really, really short dungeon. So I'm going to relieve Lexus of his gear at this point, but give him the Misto Jewel, because the next boss here, the Gargoyles, we really, really, really want characters faster than them. And with the equipment setup I'm using, Lexus and Maxim are. But I need to give Lexus some kind of item to boost his agility, but something
nice.
that I'm not, yes, something that I won't miss. Okay, got one at least. So killing one of the gargoyles before they attack is really significant as far as kind of swinging the dynamics of the fight in my favor. Again, each one of these terror balls is a 50-50 chance to instantly kill them. They have 1,000 HP each, which, I mean, it's not massive, but it's a lot as far as just how I'd have to do this fight conventionally, especially with how much healing I'd have to be doing too. Luck not really on my side at this point so far, but we've still got some terror balls to go.
I feel like it
1
doesn't,
for
so
6.
need the second half to be a little bit better than the first half.
Yep. If they gang up on Lexus, he can use the Misto Jewel IP, which is a little more likely to work because it's 60% instead of 50% with his IP skill, but they are not hitting Lexus at all for some reason. I'll take all the IP on the other characters, though, gladly. Okay.
There we go.
Come on, you can do it, you can do it. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
All right. All right, so that was extremely slow, but just the most important thing is that I was able to kill one of them before they attacked, because if all 4 of them get attacks off, then it gets really sketchy as far as potentially having characters die. And if the bad luck keeps going, I might just game over and have to reload my safety save. And even if that doesn't happen, having deaths means losing IP, which is always bad. because of just how heavily reliant I am on IP in order to be able to make my strategies for boss fights work without having proper levels and gear.
We should introduce Artie, our next member of the party that's going to be coming in pretty soon.
Yep, Artie is our final party member. And kind of a nice thing about the game, too, is that when new characters join you, their starting level is kind of what Maxim's level is expected to be at in a normal playthrough. So I want to say Maxim is level 25 at this point, and then Artie is level 38, which is just kind of a sign of just how far under-leveled I am because of not doing very many just non-required fights. So as soon as Artie joins up, we are going to relieve him of all of his equipment and then immediately sell it because we need the money, and then we'll be finding better stuff soon enough. Sad farewell to the Dakar blade. Some to buy an evening gown for Salon, which in addition to a lot of extra defense power also has a really important IP ability for some later boss fights. All right, so then kind of once we've glossed over too that the reason why the elf girl, whose name is, I keep forgetting if it's Merka or Melka, because she's in Lufia 1 as well, and I think her name is translated differently in both games. That she stole the submarine plans because Kermo's lab is polluting the ocean, and she wants to stop it. And her brother Artea, or Artie for short, tells her that force won't solve problems, and she returns the plans to us. But then we kind of immediately find out that Artie and Mirka's mother, Karen, has been kidnapped by Ammon, by the ball of red light, and taken to this nearby shrine. Although at least at this time we know that there was a reason for it, other than just kind of pure ill will, and that's that this shrine has a secret room that can be used to make people stronger. And we of course don't want Ammon and the Sinistrals to take advantage of that. They're strong enough already. Get very, very well acquainted with this big hookshot maze, too, because we have to kind of make 2.5 trips through it. The first one to get the dungeon key. The second one is to get a really nice ring called the Rocket Ring, which gives a ton of agility, and that's going to be going on to Artie soon enough and effectively make him go first for almost every fight in the rest of the game. And Artie, in addition to having really nice levels and stats, also has a nice selection of spells. He has the Champion spell, one of the best healing spells in the game. He has the Valor spell, which is a revival spell, which we've been kind of lacking thus far, outside of Lexus having one. And him being able to go first at all times helps a lot. Also, right here, where's the bonk? It would have been so funny if they'd have made an Easter egg where falling down that pit holding a jar makes the jar fall on your head afterwards. Just to wrap up that last thought, Artie being able to go first lets me do a lot of my healing reactively instead of proactively, which makes fights faster, which is what we're here for.
We're also clearly here to fight Dracula.
Yep.
Going up the stairs.
Yep, these candles that light as you walk past always remind me of the Castlevania series, or Castlevania 4 in particular.
I think of Magus' castle.
Oh, yes.
Final Triggers. Especially that last staircase down to him.
Yeah, the sound effect is pretty similar too, even though this has nothing to do with Square. All right, and there is even though this really feels like we're setting up to fight Ammon here, because there's a perfect story opportunity coming up here. We're explaining how Ammon gets weakened, and we could theoretically try to fight him here, but he just kind of runs away. after Karen uses the power of the divine shrine to kind of sacrifice her own spiritual energy to weaken Ammon, but missed opportunity. There's no boss here, but we just have this cutscene, and then we go to the into the secret room where we kind of effectively get some free level ups, because kind of stepping on the tile in the secret room just raises all of our characters' stats by a fixed amount, kind of like getting some free level ups. And we could probably squeeze in a few donations or other plugs while we're wrapping up this place.
Sounds fantastic. I've got a $25 donation from Crimson Decoded saying, never got around to playing Lufia 2, but no better way to experience it than to see it demolished in a few hours. Thanks for that. We've got a $50 donation from Lexi Plays Fast that says, Ace sounds ace. Let's make it happen. And Lexi, thank you very much for that donation. We are trying to unlock that bonus ace run at the end of this amazing run. It's less than a minute long, as Puwexil was explaining
Well, that's
earlier.
the world record. It'll be a little longer here.
Okay,
but it's still much faster than beating the game normally.
But just a tiny bit. And just to update you, we are at about 45% of the way there. So we're at 6,800 out of 15,000 that we're hoping to raise to meet that incentive. So get those donations in. We do still have that ACE train going. So buy your $5 ticket to the ACE hype train. We'd love to have you aboard. Choo choo.
Yeah, don't sleep on that too, even though it's late at night in the U.S. right now, just because that is after the run, but that's not that far away at this point. Too, I like to view when RD joins the party is when we're kind of moving from the mid game to the late game. So probably from getting RD, it's probably like an hour 15, hour 20 or so until the end, which is when we'll need to have that ace run incentive met. Okay, so then if we just talking to more people, we would have learned that Ammon, the ball of red light, after getting beaten at the divine shrine, kind of went under the sea here. So we use our newly upgraded submarine in order to go into a secret entrance to this place called the Shrine of Vengeance, where the normal above ground entrance is a pit in front of it that we can't cross. You also kind of know it's getting serious when just the size of the monster sprites is starting to get bigger too. Like we have dragons and dinosaurs starting to join the mix. These teleporting wizards are actually death. It's in the Grim Reaper. Also shoutouts to the Castlevania series. And they're pretty spooky if you encounter them. This is a pretty long dungeon casually too, because there's a whole basement area that we're just completely skipping in the speedrun because we don't have to go there. Got lucky there. I'm just gonna reset the room, because if I have an enemy teleport on top of me, it's kind of sketchy to get out without getting another fight. But yeah, the whole basement area we just skip because there's nothing required there. But lots of good treasure for casual play. Get the first of two really convenient physics interactions here. That breaking those two pillars just knocks the stairs down to where we can climb up instead of like making it fall over where we can't climb it. Really important pickup here called the Evil Jewel, which is a cursed item. Yeah, the cursed items in this game are kind of like Dragon Quest, where once you equip a cursed item, you can't take it off unless you go to a church to break the curse. But the Evil Jewel raises your attack power by 120, which is almost double for my purposes when it goes on to Maxim. That other one there, where it's very convenient that platform just kind of falls there. Now we get my vote for the goofiest puzzle in the game. We are ironing a carpet.
Lawnmower game. But yeah, most of the cursed items in this game do come with other downsides. The evil gem's only downside is that you can't unequip it. That's it. No biggie.
Just a bunch of equipping there to just get Artie re-equipped with gear that he needs and get the rest of my party set up for this next fight here and beyond. So the boss here has some pretty sweet sprite work, if you ask me too. It's called Venge Ghost, and this is the first of 2 undead bosses we'll be fighting. Anyone's a fan of Final Fantasy games should know where this is heading. So we're going to be using some IP abilities that normally heal a percentage of the target's max health. 25% for Re-Energize from Maxim and Guy, and then 50% for Sacred Song from Salon, but that does a lot of damage against undead enemies, as we're seeing here. And it just handed the fight to me, because bye-bye. It did an empty turn attack called Hatred, where it's too mad to fight back, I guess. That fight can be a lot more scary than I made it look, too, because it has 2 moves it can do that are bad. Like, it can do Doom Cry, which is an instant death attack. Like I had a practice run earlier where I had to reload my save because of 2 characters dying to Doom Cry, and at that point it's just faster to reload and retry the fight than to try to recover it. And it can use Thunder, which is the strongest lightning element spell. And because I have to move Salon to the front row, because when we're using that healing IP-based strategy, the amount of even though the damage I'm doing is percentage-based, it's affected by rows. So in order to do enough damage to beat Venge Ghost in 1 round, I have to move Salon to the front row, and that kind of puts her in danger of potentially dying to Thunder if Venge Ghost does it. So now we get a story beat that I find kind of goofy as far as coming this late in the game, where Salon is jealous of Maxim's kind of quote-unquote relationship with Iris, and Iris kind of challenges us to go to a tower across the sea called the Tower of Truth, where there's a mirror that reveals the truth of what's in people's hearts. And and then there's kind of a weird thing about the game too, where once you get out of the Watergate area, you have kind of free reign to most of the rest of the world map. But until you've defeated Venge Ghost, as I understand it, there's a lot of the item shops are locked down, like the merchants are out of stock or something like that. I guess just as a way of keeping you from buying too much overpowered gear until you've progressed the story a bit further. But before we actually go to the Tower of Truth, we're just kind of tagging some towns that we'll need to go to later for story reasons to add them to our warp locations. And then we're also just hitting up all the shops to just buy a bunch of really nice gear that we'll be using for the rest of the run. Like we're getting some weapons, some holy elemental weapons that'll be really useful against the Sinistrals, because all of them are weak against the holy element.
Let's get the other Final Fantasy VII reference there, the Buster Sword.
Yep.
Yeah. We're also doing all of our world map travel now underwater. Oh, that was weird. It looks a bit slower, but it is exactly the same speed, just in mode 7, and we do get no random encounters. So no longer have to open the menu every 6 or 7 tiles on the ocean.
It's kind of a musical themed puzzle there, where you have to kind of play the melody that's represented by the note, the height of the pillars there, as far as the pitch of the notes. Tower of Truth is another one where just the random encounter avoidance is the main challenge rather than the boss fight. So there's some pretty, probably tired of hearing me say that at this point, but there's some pretty scary enemies here as far as being able to do some very nasty things to me before I can run away.
Does that mean you need to focus up, or can I pop in with a couple more
You can pop in.
donations?
This is kind of, especially there's just some kind of, just a lot of walking going on in this tower and a lot of like pressing the switches and stuff. So yeah, feel free to let us know what you got.
Sounds great. I've got a $25 donation from Alien Crustacean, who said, I just woke up and turned on GDQ. When I heard the words Ace Train, I immediately had to hit that donate button. Gotta get more GDQ. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for that donation, Alien Crustacean. And just as a reminder for everyone, we are just under halfway there for that bonus Ace run. So let's make that happen together. We also have a $100 donation from Fearin, who says, waking up to my favorite childhood game being played, GDQ already made my day. Thank you so much, Fearin. You know, GDQ makes my day, too. And similarly, we've got
It's making my birthday right now, too. And again, the best way to wish me happy birthday is via donation comments to Doctors Without Borders.
That's the best gift. Your birthday gift is giving to Doctors Without Borders, and we love to see that. Thank you so much for that, and happy birthday.
Thank you.
I also have a $5 donation from Anonymous, who just wants to say shout out to the audience who are sitting watching this amazing run at this time in the morning.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, let's go.
Thank you. All right, so after getting the truth key here, I used the reset spell not really for avoiding backtracking, but to just respawn all of the monsters in the last couple of rooms, just to be able to dodge them faster without having to set up stuns with the hook shot. And I kind of glossed over this room here, but I like to call this room the mosh pit because of just how many big enemies there are in close quarters here. And there's...
Those spinning enemies, or especially for the Cyclops or the genies, they look very, very tame as they're going around. But once they see you, they kind of home in, and the room will go into utter chaos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thankfully, you can refresh that stun while they're stunned.
Yeah.
Otherwise, oh god.
I put a lot of work into trying to optimize my routing through the mosh pit room, and especially for the first trip there, I found a really nice setup as far as just kind of threading the needle to get to just outside the aggro range of one of the Cyclopses, and then wait for it to turn away from me, and then sneak up and stun it. All right, so we're just about to the end of the tower, which is there's a fight here with 3 white dragons, which would be a terrifying fight if I had to do it kind of legit. But this is where I kind of used the fact that I basically went to some towns I wasn't intended to go to yet to go shopping there, and getting the dragon teeth, which I got at the village of Chade, is going to come in handy here. So dragon teeth are kind of another upgraded version of boomerangs, because we went from boomerangs to big boomers, and then there's X boomers, which I've skipped on, and then there's dragon teeth, which do a decent amount of damage, but also do extra damage against dragons. And that's going to be the key to a very nice AI manipulation that just completely trivializes this boss fight, which we'll be seeing shortly. Like the dragons just kind of squeezed through that narrow door too. Already set up to be fast enough to go before the dragons, and then the dragons only have 580 HP, which isn't really too much at this point, and they are scripted to heal themselves when they're at low health. So throwing a dragon tooth makes them all heal, but not enough to stop me from just winning with another one, so bye-bye. And those dragons have a really nasty ice breath attack if they actually kind of get true turns, so being able to just completely shut that down is very nice. And story-wise, we came in to see the Mirror of Truth, and then kind of Maxim and Salon just kind of realized that they know that their bond with each other is true in their marriage, and they don't need, as I think Salon put it, a piece of untrustworthy metal to tell them. And then Iris kind of disappeared in the chaos, but fixes the mirror and...
A reveal of a character we have not seen at all in this game.
Yeah, this kind of tests your memory if you watch the prologue cutscenes before actually starting a game, where there's a mysterious, where you see that woman by the name of Aram, kind of up to no good, although you don't really know the particulars of it yet. So now that that's out of the way, now we're kind of back on the hunt for the dual blade. I'm just popping in here to grab a safety save because there's some pretty spooky monsters coming up. And kind of talking around, I think we'd learned around now that the elder of this village of Chade knows some stuff about the dual blade, but he's not home right now because he actually went to a... those are scary enemies right there. that he went to this nearby mountain called Dragon Mountain to try to appease a fire-breathing dragon that's threatening the village. And this is actually where we're going to be doing the incentive for the world's most difficult trick that people have graciously donated for. So it's going to be, it's not soon, but kind of later on in this dungeon. So grab a Sonic ring, which always makes me think about the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise. It's just kind of another agility boosting ring. It's not essential, but it's kind of nice for some security on the final boss for Salon to make sure she can go first. And then I love this puzzle here. Yoop. Because you can jump down that pit yourself, but you don't weigh quite enough to fully raise that platform. You need a giant lizard to fall on it for you. On the one on the side. I grab the key, and then just because of how this place is laid out, it works out really nicely to just exit out and re-enter. So we're going into a different side of the dungeon now.
Yes, even if it's a volcano, it has a key.
Yeah. Again, Lufia 2 wearing its Legend of Zelda franchise inspiration on its sleeve, with each dungeon having a key you need to get to the end. Giving our ring menu workout kind of a subtle micro optimization I do all throughout the run too, is that if once I press select to open the ring menu, if I press a directional button to cancel, I can cancel the animation of the ring forming and save a little bit. All right, this is the world's most difficult trick is the hardest puzzle in the game, but this gets my vote for the hardest required puzzle in the game. Because you have just no margin for error at all as far as the number of steps to. Because if you fail to chop down those plants before they fully grow, then you just get kicked out. All right, so the world's most difficult trick is beyond this point. A trick just being kind of a special choice for translating puzzle, basically. So yeah, this is based on a real-life puzzle called Klotsky, and it's sliding blocks, but it's just the blocks being different sizes. It makes it pretty difficult. I unfortunately don't have the entire thing memorized, so I'm using some notes. But this is still going to be pretty fast compared to trying to do this.
If you do this yourself, you will understand the song.
Yeah.
It goes on, and many on.
Just as a quick reminder, I want to let everyone who's watching who may not have been here earlier know that we raised $7,000 towards Doctors Without Borders to help us unlock this incentive to solve the world's most difficult tricks. So thank you all so much for donating for that.
This music, which is a repeat of one of the time skip themes from earlier on, gets seared into your soul if you're trying to do this unassisted.
I suppose this is a great time for a few more donations.
Yeah,
then.
Go right ahead.
Alrighty, I've got a $25 donation from JJ who says, "Today is one of those days when I'm glad I work the night shift. Enjoying the heck out of this run of one of my favorite RPGs from my favorite era of gaming. Happy birthday, puwexil, and thanks to GDQ for another great event." Thank you, JJ. We also have a $25 donation from Carbon who says, "Happy to have some amazing speedruns to watch while my insomnia keeps me up all night. Thanks for another great GDQ." Yeah, thank you for that. We also have a $50 donation from Vricarion who says, Lufia, this brings back so many memories. In addition, we have a $10 donation from Nanaki Emmy who says, "Good morning, SGDQ from the UK. Hope the night shift team over there are having an awesome time. Let's go fast and raise cash for an awesome cause."
don't think we ever explained the goal of the puzzle, but you have to move the treasure chest right in front of Maxim so it goes all the way around this big cycle here, which is why Puwexil is having to go through 116 steps in order to get this puzzle solved.
Couple updates on that hype train for you all. We've got a $5 donation from Nordri of Uthgard, who says, Ace hype! Come on, I know it's late. You all can do better than that. One more time. Ace hype! There we go. This game is one of the reasons the SNES is my favorite console of all time. I need to see this Ace run on a GDQ stage. All aboard the Ace hype train!
That is the world's most difficult trick.
Nice.
Come again, smile. I love her encouragement there. So, there's some very, very nice pieces of equipment we get for solving the world's most difficult trick. Not all of which is actually useful in the speed run, but we're going to take advantage of a nice sword called the Lizard Blow, which is effective against dragons, and then a helmet called Legend Helm, which gives confused resistance. And the other two chests have a shield and robe, but they're less useful than the armor I already have, or will be getting soon. So just grab another safety miracle. Get the Hedora Rock, which is the mistranslation for Hydra.
You could potentially have gotten that Hydra stone from a Hydra if you were willing to fight those, but like a lot of the things in this game, it is both very difficult to do those and also very unpredictable getting the drops. So it is much easier to just rely on the pre-planned ones, even if it's a little bit out of our way.
Yeah, the Hedora Rock, it has some nice stats, but also a really, really nice offensive IP ability. Lets you attack 3 times for 1, basically. So we find the Elder of Chade along with the Fire Dragon, who we're going to try to put an end to as far as threatening the village. I have really nice IP going in here, so it hopefully will be a pretty fast fight.
I think the Fire Dragon is one of my favorite of the boss designs, outside of the Sinistrals themselves. You just got so much character in these sprites. It reminds me a lot about Mystic Quest in terms of like how big and expressive everything is in this game.
Now the Fire Dragon is 7,500 HP, and watch how much damage Guy is doing with the Lizard Blow here. Bang. It's almost a third of its max health. Oops, I missed. I didn't actually need healing there, but well, now I do. I like the animation for the Ice Valk spell too, which is the strongest ice spell in the game. And we're also having Artie use the Eagle Rock, which it's just a physical attack that's effective against flying enemies like this dragon. So the dragon can either just do AoE fire attacks or it can bite, which is what we don't want to see, just because ironically the only person that can survive a bite is Solan, even though she's got the lowest health. She has the Pearl Brace, which gives her resistance to fire. I think it's her that goes first.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing about losing your IP gauge here is one thing that we can't really deal with the Fire Dragon, but we're going to try and get as much experience as possible for all of our characters, so it's great to get them back up before the end of the fight.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world, especially at this point in the game, if a character misses some boss experience, but that's not something I want to have happen multiple times. But all right, we got the Fire Dragon, and more importantly, we got to make a really big number show up on the screen in the form of the Dragon Rush skill. All right, so then once we've taken down the dragon, the Elder books it and beats us back to town somehow. Yeah, the dragon's version of the drowsy spell is cheaty, as I call it, by the way, too, because it actually hurts you in addition to trying to put you to sleep. But kind of a really good dragon fight involves it just spamming Firebird or Incendiary, which are just fire attacks that give me IP and don't kill my characters. All All right, but then we go talk to the elder and we find out he doesn't really know much where the dual blade is himself, but he knows somebody who does, and that's the queen of the mermaid kingdom of Pre-Merle, and he gives us an item called the Jade of Mermaids, which will let us go there. So we hop on our sub and go there.
While we're traveling, do we have a moment for
Yes,
you?
please.
You got it. $50 donation from Genshin, who says, the music of the world's most difficult trick brings back so many painful memories. Thank you for that, Genshin. I can only imagine. I have a $25 donation from Smimmy, who says, it was recently my half birthday, but is that really even a thing? Happy real birthday to you.
Thank you.
Any birthday is real if you have cake.
I like that rule. I'd like to adhere to that rule. I've got a $25 donation from Raza, who says, greetings from behind the tech desk. Looking forward to yet another puwexil GDQ RPG run. And happy birthday.
Thank you. Double time. All right, so talking to the queen, we find out that, yeah, she knows where the dual blade is, and it's in an undersea shrine nearby, but that the shrine has odd, kind of unfriendly currents right now, and we're not supposed to go there because it's too dangerous. But then we find out that her kind of rebellious mermaid princess daughter is off getting into trouble there. No relation to a certain Disney movie or anything like that, of course. So yeah, we stop at the shop here to get basically to get Guy's final weapon, the Zerko flail, and then do some re-equipping here.
Yeah, that circle flail, it's a light elemental weapon.
It's the undead ring that gives it.
Undead.
Yeah.
Oh, my mistake. Yeah, undead ring will give us light elemental. Okay.
Just do some kind of random seeming equipping there, which is primarily just about giving status immunity that I'm going to need later on. In particular, for the immediate future, confuse resistance, like those ghost clothes that I picked up in the Tower of Truth. Give RD confused protection, which the next boss, called the Ghost Ship, is able to do.
At this point, confusion is really important to have protection against. Paralysis is important. Sleep, not really all that important. Poison, we don't have to care about at all. So we kind of shifted our gear around as the game has gone on to deal with our newest and latest threats.
All right, so now we actually fight the Ghost Ship, which is our next boss. That's kind of the seeming cause of the bad currents in the passage to the Dual Blade Shrine. And how fast this fight goes comes down to just how good my IP situation is after Fire Dragon. It was looking a little sketchy for Maxim, but he fortunately re-energized, uses very, very little IP. Because yeah, each IP, the amount of IP meter that each skill costs is dependent on that skill. Like the only one in the whole game that's used in the speed run that costs all of it is Fatal Blow, which unfortunately we weren't able to use against Idura, but that's the reason why, because it just cost too much IP for how much the game gave us.
Yeah, typically the healing moves are very cheap, and these undead are one instance where we can use the healing moves to actually attack.
Yep. Ghost Ship's kind of an interesting fight. Nice miracle drop. Ghost Ship's kind of an interesting fight too, in that it very, very rarely attacks you directly. Like it has Doom Cry, which is a kind of a scary move because it can instantly kill characters, and then a AoE confusion attack. But its AI very, very heavily prioritizes calling other ghosts. But I have a lot of my characters decked out with weapons that do holy elemental damage at this point, which mop up the ghosts pretty well. Found out that there's more going on here. The Ghost Ship alone wasn't actually what was messing with the currents and the kind of the undersea tunnels that lead to the Dual Blade Shrine. So then we kind of quickly find out here that another Sinistral named Deos, who calls himself the leader of the Sinistrals, has beaten us to this shrine, and he's going to yoink the dual blade and then kind of kills some of the mermaids. And we just kind of know that we have the power to withstand Deus's power, and we can get through when the mermaids fail. But we use Drowsy on the queen to keep her out of trouble. Kind of, if only our version of Drowsy was that effective in battle, as it was in cutscenes, because like it wasn't too effective against Regal Goblin much earlier in the run. All right, but then we head inside the Dual Blade Shrine, where we go into the void. This is a very, very special place because of a graphical glitch that was introduced into the US version of Lufia 2. If you play the Japanese or PAL versions of this game, you see a pretty imposing looking shrine with a floaty sword there, and then a giant Sinistral that shows up and yoinks it from you. But the best theory I've heard and what kind of created this glitch was the game developers removing all crosses from churches in the game, which were in the Japanese version, because this game came out during a time where just religious references were kind of frowned upon in video games, especially on Nintendo consoles. And the theory I've heard is that the last minute change made to the game to remove the crosses kind of inadvertently broke the Dual Blade Shrine tile set too, along with the bottom floor of the ancient cave. Another theory one of my friends had at one point too is that the QA testers for the game just once they got to the ancient cave, that's all they did. Ran out of time to finish QAing the game, and then they never beat it too because they never actually got to the bottom floor where it's glitched out too. But yeah, so Deus steals the Dual Blade, and then we kind of see his floating sky fortress called Doom Island, as Lexus soon calls it. And then he kind of demonstrates his power by destroying Jade and killing everyone there. And kind of a neat side effect of that cutscene, well, neat as you can call a lot of people dying, is that all of our characters' IP gauges actually get maxed out because it's been quite a while since we explained that IP stands for Ikari power or Ikari points. I forget what the canon name is. And then Ikari means anger in Japanese. So the IP system is kind of representing you turning your anger into strength to do special attacks tied to your equipment. And there's a small number of cutscenes in the game that kind of max out specific characters' IP gauges. When Lexus watched his mother die at the Divine Shrine, that actually maxed Lexus's gauge out, and then this cutscene here maxes everyone out. So, talking to Lexus there, we find out that we need an airship to go to Doom Island. It doesn't really take a whole lot of thought process, I guess, to come to the concept of an airship. But the engine that we have on our normal ship isn't quite strong enough to power an airship, so we're going to go, as our team put it, exercise a 5-finger discount in the kingdom of Grazi, which was kind of the evil militaristic kingdom that played into the plot involving the ruby angel statue earlier, because they have a tank that they're trying to use to take over the world with.
It is an adorable tank.
Yes, yes, we will be adoring the sprite work for the tank when we get there. But yeah, the tank, we're going to basically go here to try to steal the tank engine. And the glitchy goodness doesn't end with the Dual Blade Shrine, by the way, because say hello to '3Y Kingdom instead of Grazi Kingdom. Again, we have very, very effective cutscene-based sleep magic. And we get thrown in prison here, and then reunited with our old nemeses, Bart and Birdie, who we chased down like 20 minutes into the run or so to recover a crown that they were trying to steal, and we kind of found out that they came here trying to steal this king's crown and got caught and thrown in jail. But now we get to see the traditional JRPG trope of prisons being very, very easy to escape from.
Could they let us keep all of our weapon and equipment? And it never really explains how these other guys got here. We kind of have like the only boat in the world and the only submarine.
Yeah.
Also, news travels very quickly about our exploits wherever we go.
Yep. All right, So then Bard and Birdie let us out of the prison cell. And we pop up and get some very, very laggy healing because of all the NPC sprites in here. And then pay attention to the, anyway, I guess this cutscene right here is actually where you can perform a wrong warp glitch that is kind of the only other glitch besides the ACE glitch, the arbitrary code execution glitch that's banned in no major glitches categories. And you can kind of make use of a glitch involving the hammer and the fact that you can move while using it in order to actually clip through the trigger tile for triggering that fight there. And for whatever reason, that will actually wrong warp you to the end of the game. How are we doing on that ACE donation incentive, by the way? Because, I don't know, I'd guesstimate we're probably like 30, 40 minutes or so from the end of the game now.
Yeah, we're at 7,200 out of 15,000 that we're hoping to raise there. That's just under halfway there. I believe in you, Twitch chat. We can make this happen. We've got lots of donations still pouring in, which I'm happy to read off to you if you've got a little time for that.
Oh yeah, we just got a couple. Well, actually, one kind of fun thing here, by the way. Whee! This is another minor glitch where we're just kind of exploiting the fact that the collision detection in this room isn't programmed very well, and there's just kind of no border around that pit there. So we bypassed a couple rooms of having to go around to where that key actually is. But yeah, with that said, just got a couple more rooms to get to the to escape from the prison. And yeah, let's hear some donations or other words while we're doing that.
Absolutely. I've got a $100 donation from Anonymous who says, haven't had much time to watch so far this week, but I'm delighted to see such a classic game being run. Happy birthday, and let's get that ACE run unlocked. And that's a great reminder to when you're making those donations at gamesdonequick.com/donate. Make sure to click that add incentive button so that we can see that bonus ACE run. Let's get more GDQ.
Yeah, because again, the ACE run, by the way, is beating this game in potentially under a minute if you do it fast enough. If you want to see how you do that exactly, make sure to donate towards that incentive. All right, so we've reached we've kind of escaped from prison here. Now we see the leaders of Grazi kind of with their tank, which is what we're here for, trying to steal the engine from the tank, and some wackiness definitely ensues here, with kind of a throwback to the cutscene where we met this guy about like an hour and 20 minutes or so ago at this point, where we all introduced ourselves. Then some I forget who introduced Salon as the magical wife. the Prince of Grazi remembers that. Notice, but remember, there were like 10 soldiers on the cutscene, by the way, and we're fighting 4 of them, so maybe there's like multiple waves we're going to have to fight here. Nope, they're all gone. All right, and now feast your eyes on one of the most glorious 16-bit sprites ever drawn, the tank. It has googly eyes in the front and a Burger King that's piloting it.
The guard did mention there were a bunch of sneak thieves around when they threw us in jail, so I have to assume that being the Sneak King is just going around handing out hamburgers and also the little Burger King hat.
Yeah. All right, so the tank is kind of it's a very unique fight too, in that it doesn't really have an easily exploitable weakness. Like it's weak against certain weapon types which is basically called the hard element. And I only have 2 attacks that can do that. Artie's attack with the Zerko Rod, and then Guy's IP attack with the Pumpkin Jewel. And then aside from that, that's not what I want to see. Aside from that, I'm really just kind of doing chip damage. So that's why I bought the trick spell so long ago, is so that I can buff all of my character's attack power and just kind of boost the chip damage I'm doing when I don't have enough IP with Guy or Maxim.
The Missile Blast move is basically passing the turn. We'll see what the actual attack is here. It could be a single target, it could be multi-target.
Mm-hmm. Single targets are what we don't want to see, because those are kind of guaranteed to kill people. This is the best outcome for a Missile Blast, because that pretty much fully recharges Guy's IP. And I buffed Maxim's agility at the start to make him faster than the tank, so that I can. I have a little more flexibility with my healing, and I also have the potential to get into a loop if the tank does its machine gun attack. Because if that hits Maxim in the front row, it'll just refill his IP, and then I can do. I can keep doing Dragon Rush over and over if I get into that loop.
Sorry to interrupt. I've got a quick update that's very important. We're halfway there for that bonus ace run. So make sure when you're putting in your donations, not only do you click that add incentive button at the bottom, be sure to select the bonus ace run incentive for Lufia 2 Rise of the Sinistrals. We really want to see more of this incredible game, and I'd love to see this run in significantly shorter than the 4.5 hours.
Unfortunately, not having a particularly lucky tank fight here. This is why I use the trick spell to buff my whole party, just because I'm just kind of having to deal with chip damage output because of not being able to exploit its weakness. But all right, we got him. And kind of unfortunate that Artie died, but I mean, having character in the late game, having characters miss boss experience once in a while, not too big a deal. And the silliness continues too, because I kind of envision that the self-destruct switch for this castle is kind of where you'd place a garage door opener in a house normally. Like, he just goes through the door, then like 3 seconds later, the castle starts exploding.
It's probably a load-bearing tank.
But then we find out that Bard and Birdie not only managed to escape with their lives, but they also escaped with the crown of the King of Grazi. But then they kind of realize, well, how do we get out of here? Bit of quick menuing to do here to get set up for the next leg of the run.
That an okay time for me to cut in?
Yeah, go for it.
You got it. Got a $50 donation from Reich, who says, always happy to see puwexil on stage at GDQ. Loving the run. And of course, happy birthday.
Thank you.
I have a $5 donation from the $5 ticket for the Ace Train that says, choo-choo, all aboard the $5 Ace Train. And a $25 donation from Piquant Gal that says, I really want to see the ace run. I know we can get there. We've also got a $50 donation from Spock Rocket that says, so glad I'm able to catch a little bit of this and contribute to getting that ace run. Let's go. Let's go, Twitch chat. You guys are you all are doing absolutely amazing, and I so appreciate you being up at this hour, whether it's late at night or early in the morning, to donate to this incredible incentive. Don't forget to go to gamesdonequick.com/donate. Make sure to click on the add incentive button and be sure to select the bonus ace run.
All right, so we are in the home stretch of the game at this point. Like the Grazi basement and then the tank are kind of the last conventional dungeon and boss in the game before we move on and to kind of try to get to Doom Island, which is the final dungeon. Got a bit of shopping we need to do first here. Just kind of selling off some stuff we don't need anymore, that especially we don't want to kind of interfere with using the optimize command with our equipment. And then we get some really important shields called Zerko shields, which they're nice for defense for Maxim and Guy, but they have one of the best buff IP abilities in the whole game, which is called Berserker, because not enough space to fit the first R in it. But if you remember, Battle Lust, which I've been using throughout the run, is plus 40% attack power, and then Berserker is that to your whole party at once. So it's really nice, especially because for all the remaining bosses in the game, my main source of damage output is going to be physical IP abilities. So we now have our airship, and then we're able to go to this kind of auspicious-looking triangle island. You can't really see it on the normal view of the map, but Doom Island is kind of in the middle of these islands right now, Doom Island being where the Sinistrals are. And kind we now have three towers we have to climb to kind of take these maidens to the top in order to use their power to kind of unseal some legendary equipment for Maxim, and then also kind of try to lock Doom Island in place so that we can actually go there in our airship.
Yeah, these dungeons are a lot more straightforward than everything we've done so far. There's no key defined anymore. It's
No
just-
puzzles either.
And no puzzles either. No. Are there treasures?
Yes.
There are treasures.
There aren't a lot of them, but there are some
Yeah.
treasures here.
I don't think we actually get any of them.
No, we don't.
We do get some very difficult fights, though. These Nosferatu and Liches are starting to get to the point where one really bad round can be pretty devastating, so we're taking a lot of care with especially that Lich over on the right-hand side before getting this started.
Yeah, the Nosferatus like to try to drain your MP, but the Liches can actually do like AoE damage spells, which can hurt. But yeah, like dowolf said, yeah, the towers are kind of different from the rest of the dungeons in the game, and each one of them has two required fights that I have to do to kind of make staircases appear, and they're with horrifying enemies, but the enemies are completely static, so I can actually get guaranteed preemptive on each one. It's kind of rare to actually only get one dragon instead of two. If it was two, I'd be using dragon teeth to take them out quickly. At the top of the tower, none of these towers are particularly long if you know where you're going. We get reunited with Gades, who's been resurrected by the fourth, as of yet unmet Sinistral named Aram. Get reunited with the really jamming Sinistral boss theme too. This is actually literally kind of point for point the same version of Gades that defeated us at Gordovan Tower at like about the hour 15 mark or so into the run. But we were a lot beefier at this point, so this version of Gades, we don't even really need to kind of use a lot of our IP here. We're mainly trying to kind of accumulate IP for the next boss we're going to be fighting after this.
There was another version of Gades as well in the data that is dummied out that potentially could have been an alternate escalation of the Gades fight, but this is exactly the same as puwexil mentioned as the very first time.
And all of the Sinistrals are weak against the Holy Element, so I have my whole party set up to just be able to do large amounts of Holy Elemental damage. Maxim has the Silver Sword, which is Holy Element. Artie and Salon have Crystal Wands, which are the same. And then Guy doesn't have a naturally Holy Elemental weapon, but he has the Zerko Flail, but he's wearing the Undead Ring, which makes his attacks do holy damage. Not an especially fast Gades 3 fight, because if I have just lots of IP coming into this because I had a really good tank fight, then I'll use a little bit more, like maybe do a double Berserker, but here I had so many characters die to the tank that I didn't really have a lot coming in. So after we've taken care of Gades, kind of letting us know too that as long as Aram, the one of the other Sinistrals, is still around, he's going to keep reviving if we defeat him. So we kind of know it's not really over at this point. But then the first maiden uses her power to unseal the divine armor, or pearl armor, as it's kind of half censored as in the actual menu system. And then we take off here at this point. But before heading on to the next tower, we're actually going way, way back to Alunz, one of the first towns in the game, to interact with something we've just never seen before too, which is the casino. There's a couple of casinos you can play mini games at to try to win some rare stuff. But we're actually just able to just flat out buy stuff from the casino at this point with all the money we have. So we're buying an armor for Salon called the See-Through Cape. It's a pretty major downgrade for her raw defense stats, but the reason why we want it is because the See-Through Cape is its immunity to all status effects in the game except instant death.
During these cutscenes, do you mind if I cut in?
Yeah, go right ahead. So yeah, we're recruiting the next maiden, and then we're climbing the second tower. It's pretty similar to the first one. Just climb the tower, do some required fights, get to the top. So take it away.
Lovely. I've got a $10 donation from Samwise who said, I'd never heard of Lufia before watching this run, but the soundtrack alone makes me want to give it a try. Also, all aboard the Ace Train. We also have a $5 donation from Anonymous that says $5 Ace Train. They're getting that Ace Train is still going, but I want you all to know, Twitch chat, you're making a huge difference. I know I said we hit 50% not that long ago. Since then, we've raised more than $1,900 towards that $15,000 incentive. You all, we are getting so close. I know that we don't have much time left in this run, but I believe in you getting this unlocked. So let's go, Twitch chat.
Yeah, clock's a ticking as far as meeting that ace incentive too, because we're halfway through the second sealed tower at this point. Then we have a third one, and then we have the final boss rush. I mean, there's a bunch of cutscenes before we actually started, but yeah, we not really a whole lot of the game left at this point.
I believe in Twitch chat, though. We're getting so close thanks to donations like this $100 donation from Mecha Link, who says, awake for the part we're all here for, the music.
Yes, thanks, Mecha.
The climax, the mode 7. Big grats on getting this into GDQ, and let's keep working to the ace run.
Yeah, I like to refer to the end game of Lufia 2 as a musical tour de force, because once we got a nice little snack. Let's reward Fumi for his services here. Well, it's the thought that counts. Because yeah, the way you evolve capsule monsters to stronger form is to feed them either like items or equipment or special fruits that you can find. All right, so now we actually finally get to fight Ammon after chasing him around for a big chunk of the mid game. This is a fight that's actually made somewhat kind of safer because of having done the world's most difficult trick, because Ammon will always do Chaos Wave on the first turn, which has a chance to proc Confusion, and in a normal run that doesn't do the world's most difficult trick, he's not immune to that yet. So I have to preemptively use a Shriek on him so that if he gets confused, he'll snap out of it before actually doing anything bad. But with the Legend Helm from the world's most difficult trick, I don't have to worry about it. To jam out again to the awesome Sinistral boss theme. I like the animation for the Thunder spell too, having a Thunder Dragon swoop down on you. That really big hit there is largely courtesy of the Evil Jewel that we found back in the Shrine of Vengeance, because that gives Maxim plus 120 extra attack power, which is just huge. That's almost like he started with 180, I think, and it went up to 300 after I equipped it.
It is possible to remove the curse off of the Evil Jewel, but it loses most of its potential at that point.
Now it should be done this turn. We dodged Ammon doing the main kind of trolley thing he can do, which is just to punch somebody in his particular kill, Salon. But what we want to see him is just to use Galactic Lancer, which is his slowest animation attack. All right, that's 2 Sinistrals down now. And he takes off without a word. And for our troubles here, we get the Divine Helmet. In a normal run, this would be more useful, because this would be we'd use this to give Maxim Confused Protection, and then we'd pass down the Jute Helmet that he's been using for most of the game thus far to Guy to give him Confused Protection.
Quick update for you. We're officially at 60% of the way there for that bonus ace run.
Let's do it, I believe. Again, if you need any more convincing, the ace run is seeing this game beaten in under 5 minutes, let's say. Like the world record for it is 51 seconds.
Yeah, it is a treat. You do not want to miss it.
it's a lot of glitching, as you can probably expect, but it's very, very visually flashy glitching too. Probably feed in a few more donations when we're climbing the last tower.
Sounds great. I've got a $37 donation from Phil Brown, who says, donating for my brother, Brendan Brown, who's in the crowd right now, celebrating his birthday as well.
Oh, nice.
You've got a birthday twin out there,
Nice.
puwexil. We also have a $5 donation from the back side of water, who says, Ace Hype. And we have a $50 donation from Sansero that says, I want to see that ace run. I always wonder how glitches like that are discovered. And remember, if you want to get that bonus ace run unlocked, don't forget to go to gamesdonequick.com/donate, hit that add incentive button, be sure to select the bonus ace run, and don't forget, your donation, no matter how big or small, is making a huge difference, both towards getting that run unlocked and towards Doctors Without Borders, which is really what we're all here for, is helping to support Médecins Sans Frontières, who are doing incredible work around the world. So make sure to get those donations in.
So we're kind of nearing the top of Khmer Tower now. I mean, we fought Gades on the first tower. We fought Ammon on the second one. Any bets on who we're going to be fighting on this one? I guess only time will tell then.
Who's left? We got what?
We got Aram and Deos.
Well, I'll bet on Aram. What, you want to take Deos?
I mean, I'd like to get another Gades fight in. He was pretty good.
Yeah, hey, maybe another chance at a Gades blade too.
Well, we'd have to just throw it away under the rules, though.
Yeah, true. Actually hit what is actually the final save point in the game. No one's around. Okay, nobody's home. I guess we're just gonna go ahead and grab the Divine Shield for free. We're actually not going to use this shield. It's not as good as the Zerko shield that we're using to do Berserker. I think all you really get out of this is immunity to silence, which is just not something we really see in the rest of the game. But then Deos catches up to us and basically kind of reveals that he was just kind of using us to unseal the divine equipment so that he could take it from us, and then he uses the dual, because again, the reason the dual blade is so important is that it amplifies spiritual energy, and the Sinistrals are just kind of beings of pure spiritual energy that kind of disguise themselves as these giant warriors. And that if we can get the dual blade, which we just did because it chose Maxim instead of Deos, then we can use it to amplify our spiritual energy to fight the Sinistrals on even footing. But with that, we've actually got a couple minutes of cutscenes now before we head to Doom Island, now that we've gotten the three maidens kind of coordinating their powers on the tops of the towers here in order to kind of lock Doom Island in place and make us able to go there. And then before we go there too, we do have we go back to Portravia for a bit and have kind of a little bit of an introspective moment between Salon and Maxim, as far as kind of reassuring each other that they're doing the right thing. And with that, take it away, Babs.
Fantastic. Quick update for you. We are now 70% of the way there. Twitch chat, y'all are crushing it. I love to see it. Thanks in part to some of these donations, like this $100 donation from Toby Camp. Says, love Lufia too, and puwexil. Can only get better with more of it. Keep up the good work. Greetings from Germany. We also have a $100 donation from Will Tags, who says, puwexil's doing an early morning Lufia run on his birthday? I gotta do a birthday donation then. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
We also have a $1,000 donation from Anonymous.
Nice.
It's huge. Lufia 2 is my favorite game of all time. Can't let it go by with a missed incentive. We have a $100 donation from Eidolon, who says, Lufia 2 is one of my favorite games, and I'm so happy to see it here at GDQ. Please put this donation towards the Ace Run, and thank you to everyone involved in GDQ for the amazing work you do year after year. We also have a $5 donation from Tap Runner, who says, give me that Ace Run. 1 ticket, please. Don't forget, we do have that $5 ace train running, so get on board the ace train so that we can unlock that bonus ace run at the end of this game.
Which is very, very rapidly approaching, by the way. Probably have, or like, probably less than 15 minutes at this point if everything goes well.
While we're going through some of these cutscenes here, I've also got a $5 donation from Space Explorer Unit who says, the last ticket I can buy for the Ace Train. Also, did I hear right that the capsule monster eats shoes? Should have named him Gale.
Oh yeah, Dakar is alive, by the way, too. He somehow survived being inside an exploding shrine surrounded by monsters and ghosts, and he's helping us out at this point because the Sinistrals are trying to stop us from going to Doom Island by sending a bunch of monsters after our ship, and then Dakar disposes of all of them single-handedly for us.
While we're in transit, we have a $50 donation from the Insomnia Fairy who says, if I have to be awake, I want to see this ace run.
Pew, pew, pew. Doom Island is pew pew lasers. But fortunately, we have Secret Hand Glider.
Rocket
Why
powered
were-
hang glider.
Why were we just doing this the whole time? This is way faster.
All right, and if you played Lufia 1, this is where the nostalgia kicks in too, because this is where the Lufia 1 begins with a prologue where you see Maxim and his friends' final battle against the four Sinistrals, and we are now reliving that here.
They've got the music, they've got all the designs for it. It's just really all tied together between the two games.
Yeah, that light spell she cast right there, though, we've had that in our inventory, or spell list, the entire time. It just doesn't do anything. But just for this one moment.
Well, now we're into the final boss rush. We've got the Sinistrals back yet again. This time we get to see the awesome Gades here. I always think he's got slippers on, but I know that they're boots.
Are you... I used to think they're boots, but now I think they're slippers. No, yeah, they're slippers. No. Yeah, this is largely the same strategy. We still have Berserker, to raise everyone's attack. We have lots of holy elemental weapons and the Undead Ring to get it on the last character as well.
Yeah, we're seeing that Hedora Rock going to use for that triple attack, which is going to just be getting a couple of rounds worth of damage in, although the third attack of the sequence doesn't actually proc the Undead Ring.
Yes.
So it only has 2.5, basically.
But that's still 2,500 damage, which is a lot. We see we've already taken out the first of the Sinistrals.
Yeah, and a nice thing about the final boss rush too is that your IP gets maxed in between each fight too.
Yeah, that...
So-
I mean, you got so much rage, Ikari, anger.
Yep.
It's max assuming that you stay alive during it. That's
Yes,
actually an important thing that Puwexil needs to keep everybody alive at the end of the battle.
Yeah, the full IP plus the AI scripts for the Sinistrals makes these final battles pretty heavily scripted out too, even though I'm not doing full-on RNG manipulation.
And one of our old friends is back. Amon wants to do another round with the team.
Show me his true power to my face. I like that threat there.
For the most part, the smaller damage AoE attacks are pretty easy to recover from. We've got a lot of healing overall in the party. Just getting things buffed up with the Berserker to get some extra damage in. And this fight's going to go fairly smoothly, just like we saw on Gades as well, hopefully.
Yep. It is a giant spear. It is bigger than our entire bodies. I really do not hope we don't get stabbed by that, but...
Yeah, just shoutouts to the sprite detail on a lot of the bosses in this game, but especially the four Sinistrals too, is just how huge and detailed the sprite work is. Like, it just really, really shows just kind of how this game kind of just is pushing the Super Nintendo hardware to its limits.
Yeah, you got the little ruby at the end of the spear. Beautiful touch.
All right, that's Emin down.
2 down.
But there's 4 Sinistrals, and we've only actually fought 2 of them before, so now we get into some uncharted waters.
I have a huge update for you. We are now officially over 80% of the way there. 83%, that's $12,500 out of the $15,000 we're attempting to raise. And that's thanks in large part to all of you who are getting on board of this ACE hype train, all of you who are getting in those last minute donations. We are so close. Don't forget to go to gamesdonequick.com/donate. Hit that add incentive button and be sure to add the bonus ACE run. We are so close. We are just about 85% of the way there. We are so close. We can do this, Twitch chat.
All right, now we finally meet Aram, the 3rd of the Sinistrals.
So Aram's the one that has been bringing back the Sinistrals over and over again. This is why we've been able to fight Gades and Amon repeatedly. But once we get Aram defeated, then we can finally, at last, put the Sinistral menace to rest.
Devastation Wave has a chance to proc instant death, and only Salon is susceptible to that. Unfortunately, it didn't work.
I've got a big update for you. We've got a $1,337 donation from Spender. That's elite donation, y'all. Who says, from a fan of arbitrary code exec.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for those donations. Be sure to get those in. We've got one more Sinistral after this, and then there is an epilogue escape sequence. So you still have a little bit of time left in order to go ahead and put those through. We want to see that ace run after this is completed.
We also have a $10 donation from Anonymous who says, donating for one of the games of my childhood being utterly destroyed by my favorite runner, puwexil. Puwexil's SGDQ 2019 run of Chrono Trigger is still one of my favorite run of all time. Very glad to see you back on the GDQ stage and hope you can show off Terranigma there one time as well. One of my favorite games of all time.
That's a good one.
Love the run and hope we can see that ace run as well. Greetings from Germany and happy birthday, Puwexil.
Thank you.
And don't forget to go to gamesdonequick.com/donate. Let's get those donations in. We are now officially at 85% of the way there. That's $12,900, excuse me, out of the $15,000 that we are attempting to raise to get that bonus ace run unlocked. And don't forget, all of your donations are going to Doctors Without Borders, so you can feel good about where that money is going.
Aram is a little noteworthy too in that she actually has a really nasty attack that's dummied out of the game too, called Eerie Light, which is kind of like that really strong Dark Fry ability she was using, but it also can remove your buffs, which is bad when you're relying so heavily on Berserker. Just being a little paranoid about my menu because of how specific all of my setup needs to be for these fights.
Yeah, it's really important to get things completely squared away here. They are mostly tame, with the exception of a few random rolls, like that instant death on Aram. And it's a ways back before your last save point happens, so you want to make sure that everything goes well here.
We just hit 13,000 out of the 15,000. We are so, so close, y'all.
Let's do it.
Thanks in part to a $100 donation from Goldwyn, who says, love Lufia, one of just 2 SNES games to be translated into Dutch, and I have it. It gave me so much trouble when I was young. Let's see it get stomped in a minute.
All right, one of the random things here, Maxim getting put to sleep. This is pretty uncommon to see Maxim getting knocked out here, so we're gonna get a chance to get our parties squared back up, hopefully get everybody healed up this round, and then back into the fight.
This unfortunately does mean I have to break my script for Deos and kind of improv from this point.
Got a $50 donation from Moon Blaze Wolf, who says, happy birthday, Puwexil.
Thanks, please.
We also have a $10 donation from Fake Fairy Tale, who says, come on, everyone. I know we can get there. Ace hype.
One of the nice things about Deus just doing that Dark Fry move is basically going to give you as much IP as you want. So be able to spam out a lot of these big attack moves whenever we have a chance to get attacks in between our heals.
You know, it's dangerous, but we have just enough defenses to survive it every time, and then we have such powerful healing moves relative to the amount of HP we have that we can just easily heal up to full. So just heal up, use powerful attacks, and take them down.
You may have noticed I just put Salon into the front row. That's because on turn 4, Deus uses this move here called Dark Reflector, which just reflects back whatever the next attack you do is. And Guy is the slowest, so he's always going to go last and then tank it.
I've got a $50 donation from Valairon. I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'm not sure, but hopefully I didn't butcher that totally. It says, Ace Run, let's go.
Let's go.
There's still time. There is an epilogue after this fight, so we can still get there.
And speaking of the word time, time is not after this boss. There is a little bit of a sequence during which there are some crystals we need to smash, so we will give you a heads up when we're getting close to that.
Got a $100 donation from the conductor who says, calling all passengers to board the Ace train.
There we go. The final battle of the game is done. Deus has been taken out. All 4 Sinistrals have been defeated.
All right, so yeah, we've beaten the leader of the Sinistrals, but in true Lufia 2 fashion, they have a last trick up their sleeve, and that's to actually pool their energy together to try to destroy the world and kind of take it with them. And kind of we're the world's last hope at this point, to kind of pool our own energy together to break the Sinistral's power. We get one of the best lines in the game coming up here. You little hoochies! All right, and with the kind of the last of our power, we crushed the Sinistrals, seemingly for good, but unfortunately there's a price to be paid. Artie's eyes get hurt, and then he actually becomes blind in the future in Lufia 1, but Salon kind of takes the brunt of the Sinistral's explosion and unfortunately doesn't survive. This is where the prologue to Lufia 1 ends, too, is when Artie and Guy kind of escape and are forced to leave Maxim and Salon behind. But since Lufia 2 is Maxim's story, there's an epilogue where we kind of find out there's a little bit more that happens here to wrap up the story.
You know what that means, Twitch chat? We are getting so close. We are now 93% of the way there. That's over $14,000 out of the $15,000 we need to raise. We are so close to unlocking that bonus Ace Run incentive. We can do it. We've got a little bit of time left.
Yeah, like 2 minutes or so at this point until we call time. But we finally meet Iris for the last time, and she reveals that she and Aram are one and the same, and that she was kind of sent to Earth to find out why humans have power over the dual blade, but she kind of lost her way because of helping us along the way, and lost her way as a Sinistral. And now we get one of the most epic parts of the soundtrack called For the Savior. For our final sequence here, we're trying to crush 3 mystic stones that Deus is trying to use to drop Doom Island onto Parcelite and kill Maxim's friends and family. This music always makes finishing a run of this game just feel so unbelievably epic.
Speaking of unbelievably epic, we have a $500 donation from Moose, who says, all right, have $500 more. We also have a $100 donation from Hugo. Yes, thank you, Moose, you're awesome. A $100 donation from Hugo, who says, having been following these events for over 10 years, puwexil remains my favorite runner with his choice of games and commentary. Happy birthday. Love from Sweden.
All right, 1 more crystal to go.
And then time is going to be when we break the final crystal. Even though we can't lose anymore, we do timing until breaking the last stone, because we can still bonk and waste time during the final sequence here.
Also, sometimes people get lost in this last dungeon.
Yep, and this is why.
Or we find alternate routes.
Yeah, there's kind of a hole in the in that bridge there. You can go pretty deep out of bounds that way too.
We're looking for just $550 more to hit that incentive. We are so close. You know what that is? That is...
Get ready on time, by the way, too. And time. All right, and with that, we have saved our friends, saved the world, and saved our friends and family at a pretty terrible cost. And we get set up for one of the most bittersweet endings in any retro RPG ever. Too, where kind of Salon passed away, defeating the Sinistrals once and for all, and then Maxim uses up the last of his strength to break the Mystic Stone. And I think we have some news here.
Y'all, we hit that incentive for the bonus ace run. Thank you, cute chat. You did it.
Awesome.
All right, and then we get a pretty kind of, like some donation comments were alluding to, we get a really kind of tearjerker ending too, where Maxim and Salon's spirits travel throughout the world, and we see how our friends are all doing, and Guy is organizing a victory party for saving the world, not knowing yet that not everybody is going to come to that party, but yeah, with that, I believe we have an ace run now. So I guess if we want to kind of cut to set up quick, while we get the ace run set up, we will get that underway.
Absolutely. So while we're getting that going, I have a $25 donation